8th city! Surrender to the hand of heaven!
The devil doesn't kneel before false angels.
So be it. You are not the only one without fear! My birth and past are tainted. I fight to reclaim them each day. For heaven! Straight to hell! Glorious! Thoughts and prayers! Blessed blades! Fury! Now is the time for salvation! Heaven! Fall! Stop it! Weaklings! Overconfidence will destroy you.
The stage is set. The teams are ready to go. Ladies and gentlemen, from multiverses far and wide, welcome back to Marvel Rivals Ignite here in the Asia region. My name is That One Dan, and beside me is the one in his name, number one in the game, Multitudes, and we cannot wait to get back into stage 2 of Marvel Rivals Ignite.
Brilliant introduction, Dan. Couldn't have said it better myself. We are here kicking off the second half of the year, the second half of battles. Yes, we've had a full cascade of rounds and winners and losers leading up to that mid-season finals. But hey, that's all a wash right now as we move forward. On your screens, you should be seeing the Season 4.0 roadmap as well. Here's what we want all of y'all to check out in brand for us. It's a whole new season with divine royalty because we've got a new champion, a new hero upon us. It's going to be Angela descending upon this battlefield by September 12th. That'll be tomorrow for the majority of us.
Yep, September 12th will be the day Season 4.0 does get released to all servers. Like we said, the new hero Angela. We talked about this in Stage 1. We did meme about it a while. We had our own dream of having a full flying composition, and Angela is making it one step closer to making that a reality.
Indeed. I mean, it's so exciting to see a new Asgardian Vanguard taking, the front lines with a bit of flight and a little bit of spear action. I mean, it's brilliant. And of course, to start things off with a legendary skin, the Sclud 2099, going to be available with the release of Angela tomorrow as well. Once Season 4 kicks off for the rest of us Marvel Rival players, can be immediately picked up. It's going to be all those lawless scum that will soon face the public's eye judgment. Gives a lot of, Robocon vibes, actually.
Yeah, it's giving it to that theme of that cyber, I guess, archetype of that skin line. We've seen some heroes get it as well, so... And this Angela skin will fit right in, and it's also a very, very nice looking one if you've seen the trailer for yourselves. Woo! So, pretty worth to get, but it's also time for a fresh new drop here on Twitch for Season 4. If you watch Marvel Rival streams and unlock special rewards from the spray, nameplate, emote, all the way to that Blade costume, which I will admit is one of the better ones, so you should definitely start watching these kinds of streams as Ignite does come back for everyone for the time being, and it will start on September 12th as well, so it's a very easy date to remember. It's the same as everything else that we have been saying throughout this entire graphic read, ad, and whatnot. But now, with all those drops out of the way, we have to look forward to today's matches. We only have 3 best-of-3 matches today, but they will still be some action-packed matches.
They will be indeed. It's going to be the next 2 weeks here. 4 days this week, 4 days the next week as well, where we'll run through basically the group stages. It's going to be single round robin, like we had in the first stage as well. And within these 2 groups, we separated into teams, squads of 6 each. Only the top 4 will be able to make it into the playoffs. And those playoffs will be happening early October in a double elimination format, just like before. And of course, we want to crown our victor at the end of it all.
Yeah, and the top 2 finalists of Stage 2 will be moving on to the second international tournament here in the Marvel Rivals esports scene, the Grand Finals, which further details will be released at a later time. But for now, we gotta rewind a little bit. We gotta come back as we do take a look at our schedule for this tournament. Like we talked about, 2 weeks of that group stage, and then starting October 2nd, we will be kicking off those playoffs.
Yeah, playoffs is going to be where things get a little bit more intense. It's going to be the creme de la creme here in the Asian scene. And of course, we have the 12 teams that have been lined up for us here in the Asia scene, 5 of which came over from the previous Stage 1. Of course, Rejects being our winner from back then in July/August. And joined with Genji, made it all the way to the mid-season finals, where unfortunately they were eliminated through those knockout stages. As well as the remaining folks, 6 of them coming from the Open qualifiers, and 1 final team to fill that 12th spot coming from the Marvel Rivals Championship Season 2.
Yeah, and if you remember from Stage 1, Reject and Genji just showing us a masterclass of a grand final. I don't think we've had a match ever that went to a map number 8. I think as of right now, it's still Reject and Genji being the only match that has gone to a map number 8. As we can see why they were at it for so damn long. Because look at the prize pool coming out here in stage number 2, $100,000 split amongst the 12 teams that are going to be playing in this tournament.
So, you've made it into the 12. Every team here immediately gets a nice hefty 2,500 USD per team. But hey, you're eyeing for that big gold pot at the end of the rainbow, $32,000 for the first prize, the top dog that at least. And seconds, not too bad either, 16k plus. Both will be able to make it into the grand finals. These will be the groupings laid out for us here in Asia.
Yep, Group A, that will be where we begin. We will be watching Crazy Raccoon go at it against Incipients. Crazy Raccoon being the third place finisher in stage 1, going up against a open qualifier team. So it will be a very interesting matchup, and topping off Group A will be Assemble Fire, U-Wings, Onside Gaming, and XOXO1, another team that we did see in stage number 1.
Indeed, and this will be, two of the matchups that we'll see today. Assemble Fire and Onside Gaming will be the third matchup. But hey, moving on to Group B as well, we've got the remaining Titans leading that scoreboard. Rejects plus Genji right at the top. Quickly followed by OEG, Rockets, University, DP, as well as Z10 to top things off. I think it's going to be quite interesting as well.
Yeah, stage 1, we saw Reject and Genji in 2 separate groups, and they were the 2 heavy favorites that were going to win stage 1, and fortunately one of those favorites did come out on top. But this time around, they're going to be in the same group, and with Genji, they're looking a lot more different from what we've seen in stage number 1. They did make a lot of roster changes, and it's going to be a big question mark for them once they make their debut. But today, they will be taking a rest. They will be sitting on the side, just watching their teams go at it against each other. As we do take a look ahead at today's matches, we talked about this Crazy Raccoon versus Incipients, an open qualifier team going up against a third place runner-up in stage 1. What do we think about this matchup?
I think it's going to be a bit of a David versus Goliath situation. Crazy Raccoons obviously has a lot of firepower in their arsenal, having to a lot of history behind them. So, they'll come onto the stage, they come onto the server, guns blazing, arms swinging. But hey, Incipients, they have themselves a bit to prove as well. We'll go into their rosters once we get down to it. But I'm excited because, it's both some fresh faces on the scene, some familiar teams as well, but it's all gonna be wild fights moving forward. Just a reminder for all, we are still running that season 3.5 server here for the tournaments, at least for the first week. You folks at home should get season 4 tomorrow, but at least for the next 4 days, it will still be season 3.5.
Yep, 3.5 will be the patch that we will still be on, so no Luna nerf just yet. Unfortunately, Fate of Both Worlds still lasts the full 12 seconds. Loki's still going to be very, very strong. So will be Emma Frost. Basically, the meta we've been seeing over in the mid-season finals, which will be very similar in terms of this first week. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to this, as Incipients, you could say that they are in like a David position versus the Goliath of Crazy Raccoon, but you do have to think, they did come from the open qualifiers. It is a very, very grueling process to get into. You play so many best of 5s against so many different teams. I would assume they would naturally get some sort of synergy going. They would have some sort of team bonding, some of that communication that might be a slight issue, could really help them in their favor after playing so many matches. But on the flip side, you do have to look at Crazy Raccoon. They didn't really make a whole lot of roster changes. I believe they only made 1 player swap compared to some other teams that have, in a way, have overhauled their roster. But Crazy Raccoon retaining a decent chunk of their roster might help them in their favor compared to some of these other teams.
Yeah, it's actually a couple of players from the side of Crazy Raccoons who's had a bit of roster change. The likes of Rebirth as well as Rebuy, they've left the roster unfortunately, and Crazy Raccoons has introduced Lastro and NX, which I believe we should be seeing on the server in the matchup against Incipients. But hey, it's going to be likely the same crew for the rest of them coming online as well, and that's going to be good because it's important for us to work that synergy like you kind of talked about. Recipients had a lot of time to kind of brush up, dust off the strat book, really hone in with some good old server time. I'm sure Crazy Raccoons had a few scrims up their sleeves too.
Oh yeah, definitely. They are one of the top teams. They did finish 3rd place in stage 1, but for now, it looks like we're already in the hero selection. The picks, bans, and locks going well underway for map number 1. We're going to be on Burn and T'Challa, as the first map will always be domination.
Yeah, we actually also have one of the new maps joining us, just like you saw in that mid-season finals, the Celestial Husk. My apologies. Celestial Husk, one of unfortunately, not my favorite map, but hey, I've seen some players absolutely dominate on that particular surface. It will be still Brilliant T'Challa, like you called it. J-Mac, Heiyun, NX, Sung Hoon, Rip, plus JT3. Some old names, some new faces for the side of Crazy Raccoons.
I like the little faces that Hyun and NX are going in their usernames. It's a nice little addition, so I'm liking that so far. But for now, so far, looking at these bans, Mantis going to be taken away. Loki will also be banned on both sides, but it looks like Incipients will block the Luna for themselves, and Crazy Raccoon will take Mantis in response.
Yep, a continuation of what we've seen, a lot strong focus in terms of those strategists, bans, the Loki immediately cancel, banned out to prevent any strong and long-term sustainment of those strategist ultimates, popping off an Eternal Bond or Fate of Both Worlds. It's just insane healing output from that God of Mischief. And I also want to draw attention, we've already called out the Crazy Raccoons roster. On the recipient side, we've got Nakui, Gaku, Wayan, Doxland, Thunder, as well as Xenofly. These folks, mainly in the Malaysian, Singaporean scene. I think Wyland is Australian, yep, and the rest of them should be Southeast Asian. So, as a Singaporean myself, gotta represent, yo.
We love that. We love that indeed, yeah. Definitely a very Southeast Asian roster coming in for Incipients, Wyland being the honorary Australian. So if there's any Oceania people
Pick your
watching
hero.
here on the stream, you got your representation there. As we wrap things up here in the picks, bans, and locks, there's gonna be, I do want to say, there's gonna be definitely some sort of influence coming in from the mid-season finals. That was, if as most of you know, was the very first international tournament for Marvel Rivals, and from what we've been seeing, unfortunately, Asia weren't on the top step like some of us did expect. But then again, we did see what players have been doing across other regions, especially in the Americas, especially in EMEA. They have really been the trendsetters when it comes to mid-season finals. Because here in the Asia region, we didn't see a single Jeff being played at all.
No, we did not. But hey, when those Jeffs came online, the crowd was roaring to see, Jeff the Land Shark make their debut performance on such a big stage. During the watch party that we did here in the Marvel Rivals Asia Twitch channel, we were hollering as well to see that appear. But time's about ticking at the moment as we push ourselves into the map here. It's gonna be JT3 back on their signature Magneto, which has been so terrific in terms of trying to make space, cause those ultimate usages can be super important as they make their solo wave being pushed up by Incipients straight into the spawn actually, and having to backtrack a little bit into the site.
Yeah, Incipients having to fight in that uphill battle, making their way onto the site. That Crazy Raccoon did end up getting control. Gaku most notably be playing on the Magic here, something that is a very different pick that we've been seeing from past matches, but it looks like Gaku is showing us why this Magic pick is the reason that Incipients have made it all the way into the Ignite Stage 2 as they take over the site.
They do indeed. Timers are ticking.
Your time is
Doxlin will be able to just finish the last player right off. It's
better
off to a
already.
great start. You don't see that strat come off too much in the past. We a little bit of a cutoff scenario as they try to slice this entire map in half with a bit of a rotate. But it's gonna be up top here, trying to isolate Gaku in a bit of a revenge dropout. Gaku is sent back into the server.
I really like how Crazy Raccoon just straight up avoid the choke point. They go up and forth the high ground. They take an alternate route onto the site, and it looks like they're going to be able to do so with relative ease. As Toonhood is able to find a double as NX will pop. Torch ultimate as there's just so much zone control coming in with Doxlin and plan up survival as well as Healfly and Gaku both popping their ultimates as well, and they will strike almost immediately.
Oh, Dark Child now online. Let the demon from inside you come out. Feature and trying to find your mark because it didn't connect at all. The cocoon from coming in as well. Doxlin just trying to push us off. Incipient's just buying so much time for the rest of the team, especially with the fate of both worlds.
Yeah, Fate of Both Worlds is going to be burned, but Naku pops the meteor, doesn't land the mark. But it does not matter as Incipients, they still had control of that site that entire time. 86% now. Asuko finding an isolation fight onto the Adam Warlock. Doxlin will go down. That's one strategy gone on the side of Incipients. And will this be Crazy Raccoon coming back? Unless Gaku just putting on an absolute magic masterclass, but NX is able to shut it down. And Rip Asuko will help clean up. And Crazy Raccoon, they will prevent the shutout.
Doxlin actually changed off the Adam Warlock onto the Doctor Strange, maybe thinking there was a chance for Incipients to hold down the fort and push it to 100%, but nay, it was just a bit too overwhelming from the side of Crazy Raccoons, you know. We've got the sight lines plus Rip getting the Adam Warlock out of the way pretty early on was probably the turning point that Crazy Raccoons was able to push out, right? The heals, the sustain, plus the long range shots from that Adam Warlock can be so crucial sometimes.
Yeah, and here we go, NX popping the ultimate just to zone every one of Incipients. He has a good angle here. Look at all those players of Incipients trying to run away from those tornadoes that NX is providing. But for now, this zone control has to go much longer as the Freedom Charge will be popped. Everyone on Crazy Raccoon doing their best to try to keep everyone on Incipients at bay as everyone on Incipients falling. As Gaku is the first to fall, that's not something we have seen so far yet, as Wyland is able to pop the Fate of Both Worlds just in time to prevent any other players of Incipients from going down for the time being, as Gaku will respawn, does have the Dark Child, but he has to get to the site first as NX is just wreaking havoc on both of the strategists of Incipients.
A great adjustment from Crazy Raccoon, right? Understanding that Incipients probably wants to push out to the high ground and popping, you know, NX's ultimate fairly early on. Yes, they were able to get on site with some well-placed strategist ultimates like the Eternal Bond plus the Fate of Both Worlds, but the sustain wasn't enough. JT3 able to just make mincemeat out of them. Once again, we try to make ourselves a bit of a nuisance here up on this high ground. Gaku will go in. Dark Tower available, just waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. That's going to be NX with another ultimate throw from behind, just eliminating Lion as well as Doxlin.
Oh my goodness, Crazy Raccoon. They had a shaky start in the beginning, so it looks like they are finding their footing as it's already 99.99. Look at the overtime meter, it's going down so damn low, but the Karma Revival from Hyon is keeping Crazy Raccoon alive. They're keeping them in this fight as NX will clean up Gaku, who has just been on an absolute tear at the start of this round number 1, but in the end, Crazy Raccoon will claw their way back.
Ooh, I mean, it was a strong start for Incipients, right? To maybe basically get up to, what, 60-some% right off the rip to secure themselves 99% onto Warrior Falls. It just took a little bit of corralling from Marvel Rivals, from Crazy Raccoons. But hey, the newcomer, NX, the new player on the Crazy Raccoons team, doing so much work right now to make
30 seconds
the
before you
push,
attack.
the
Get
aggression
ready.
come out strong.
Yeah, NX on the Human Torch, popping those supernovas at the perfect time, it seemed. And Incipients, there was a moment where Wylan did have the Fate of Both Worlds available, but Gaku still, unfortunately, went down. That might have been the game-winning pick, or the round-winning pick, I'm sorry, as Gaku being picked off just alleviates so much pressure on the side of Crazy Raccoon. They were just able to fully focus on their own front to back,
Got it?
and just had they just had to avoid dealing
Until
with the magic,
soul got
and that's
put
exactly
through
what they
as a
did. As Xenofly will set things up with the portal.
Oh, indeed, they're bursting through. Really an easy pick on to NX, just wiped off clean. Couldn't even see where they went. So Incipients right now, looking once again like that previous map, very strong. High end caught off guard. She caught. Oh, whoa! Onto Doxson with a beautiful right click hold. And trying to turn that tide, trying to make it more difficult for Incipients to claim his first point.
Yeah, Ion taking away the doppelganger of himself as every one of his recipients trying to do their best to come back, but it looks like Ion will go down, but it does have the resurrection thanks to the Adam Warlock passive, but NX doing much more work here as Ion does respawn thanks to his passive. Moon is able to find a pick onto Gaku. Thunder will find J-Mac as the trade comes in, but only one member of Crazy Raccoon is down, and look at Incipients, they are all staggered around.
Yeah, they're all staggered around as well. Just trying to keep Naku alive as long as possible. But hey, with that point being caught and now captured under Crazy Raccoon, they can start getting those percentage points under their belt, pushing onto the advantage, trying to press all this map space and control away from Incipients is important. You know, Wayland's got that Fate of Both Worlds. We don't want to give them so much space, maybe force it out as early as possible. It's still 12 seconds, but this will just drain the effectiveness, especially for Supernova now popping out.
Yeah, Supernova is popped, but Wylan is quick to use the Fate of Both Worlds, but somehow Doxlin still goes down. I'm not sure if he was inside of the Luna Snow Ultimate. Xenofly doesn't quite land the mark with the Eye of Agamotto, but it looks like they are able to force their way into the site, but Crazy Raccoon still have control. They still have a chance to stay in the fight as the Comic Revival is going to be popped on the side of Crazy Raccoon, but it looks like it might not do a whole lot as Roscoe does manage to get the Freedom Charge in time. Will keep everyone of Crazy Raccoon alive, but there is no damage coming in as Gaku, he can just go right in. There is no Human Torch dealing with this magic, and Gaku will take full advantage of that.
The best defense is the best offense. Right now, they're just taking them out bit by bit. Incipients able to really hold the fort down as much as possible. We've got Wyland Doxson being such aimers in that backline. Gaku also diving onto the likes of, I think, Sunghoon or J-Mac. I couldn't see in the midst of all this chaos. They're doing the same thing. They want to push up. They want to make it more expensive. I'm looking at Doxson has the Comet Revival once again. So that's just extra lives that the attackers here have under their belt.
Well, here we go. Gaku comes down from the skies after staying on that arch for quite a bit, but NX will adjust to the Phoenix, get some extra splash burst damage coming in. Ion will also make an adjustment onto the Star-Lord as JT3 will find Wyland, who did have
to put on a
the
show.
Fate of Both Worlds, and will pop it thanks to the Comic Revival. And Incipients, they bailed themselves out with Doxlin's ultimate. Will this be the hold? Will this be round 2 in favor of Incipients? Eye of Agamotto only finding Asuko. He does have the Freedom Charge going, but Hyon goes down to Wyland, and Incipients they're holding. They will find 2 picks, they will find a third, and they will just stay on the site. They will stay in this map as the tick goes up to 90, and we are so close to 100 and forcing round number 3.
Heian? Oh, I thought Heian might have been changed to the Doctor Strange. I saw that glimpse in the top left-hand corner, but hey, they decide not to try to bail for it. They want to hold their ultimates and perhaps bring it into Imperial Institute of Science and really fight themselves there. Holy, was that a comeback from Incipients with some beautiful placement? We talk about the Magic not being an often well-regarded pick. We saw a little bit here and there, I think, in the mid-season finals, but hey, it's Gaku just rocking it hard as they can.
He is definitely showing why this Magic pick is going to be so viable here in stage 2. And now we have round number 3 coming in. Crazy Raccoon might have been taken aback by how strong this Magic pick really is, just causing so much disruption in the backline. But NX still opting to change into the Phoenix. I'm not sure if that is a correct pick. I still feel like the Human Torch just flying around would have been enough for Gaku to have a little bit more of a difficult time. But we'll see here as we head into map number 3. Or round number 3.
Those sparks came in so clutch. We saw a lot of that in the mid-season finals as well. Phoenix was a pretty popular pick as well, especially if you're able to hit your shots with NX. Obviously, we've seen them do wonders. So it's going to be Incipients right here taking the site for Storm. Rip now running on the hunt, trying to make a bit of a nuisance, but it's going to be Heian with a beautiful shot, supported with the Gamma boost off that team up, exploding onto
oh my
NX.
God!
It's just a sleeping statement. This peak goes blue. The Crazy Raccoons are on a rampage.
That was just so much splash damage. Okay, I'm sorry, NX. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for doubting the Phoenix pick. That time,
right.
the choke
That's
point was
right.
just too much for Incipients to handle. On top of it, Crazy Raccoon making an adjustment of themselves, like you said, with the Hulk and Namor team up. That Gamma radiated Squid doing so much work lasering down squishier targets of Incipients, but look at NX. Putting in the hurt, putting in the splash damage, so much AoE coming in. Doxlin will adjust to the Bucky, will wipe out Lion to the side as the Meteor for Noctu is going to be used. Doxlin trying to do his best to keep this Phoenix ulti from going down, but it's still going to go, and JT3 lands a 2-point shot onto Wyland. Doxlin will get followed up as well as NX is just causing so much chaos right now in this fight.
They're trying to split up as much of the team as possible, right? With their sparks, trying to make sure they don't play together. But hey, the bulk of Incipients is they're running double shields. They kind of have to play together. And so, from that perspective, Crazy Raccoons, they're really trying to counter the method that Incipients are bringing towards the fight. And it's a beautiful counter pick.
Great adjustment coming into Crazy Raccoon. Incipients, they only made one change. Doxlin moving on to the Winter Soldier. Shaku still on the Magic. That is kind of a interesting call to make, as he is going to get wiped out by that Squid. And look at the placement of that team-up ability coming in as the Beta Book World will be popped by Wyland. But there's only 4 members inside of that Lunacy ultimate coming in from Incipients. But here comes the response. J-Mac with the Eternal Bond, Heian and NX. Rip Asuka as well. JT3 now having their ultimates for themselves, and they don't use a single one. Actually, they will use Asuka. Actually, they will just dump everything into the kitchen sink. Just secure the site, secure the round, and secure the map. And Crazy Raccoon, I guess we could have expected this. They will take map number 1, but it was a bit labored as Incipients, they were able to put up a decent fight there.
They were indeed, at least for the first couple of points. But hey, towards the end, map 3, it really just felt like Crazy Raccoon had this under the bag. A great change, a great counter pick for NX, moving off that Human Torch onto another Fiery member that is, and I think from that perspective, you know, it's thinking about how much damage you can deal, thinking about the clustering that is being forced out by Incipients, and using those sparks to your advantage. That's the power of the Phoenix, with 30k damage to their name, 37 KOs. I mean, that is an MVP if I've ever seen one.
Not only that, it's also 17 final hits. NX just putting on an absolute show. Props to Gaku as well for just going off in the beginning of that first match, getting 13 final hits, 19 eliminations as well is nothing to scoff at, really, especially staying on the Magic throughout the entirety of this map number 1. Gaku really did his best to just try to keep Incipients in the game. Map number 2 did go in their favor, but unfortunately they were just not able to get to that finish line.
They were not able to get indeed, and it's a bit of a counterplays from a few different folks as well. JT3 once again, the GOAT, just hitting those dunks with the Meteor M time and time again. I've seen them actually use it together with the Phoenix ult, right? Because the Phoenix ult doesn't necessarily have that much damage, which is a great zoning tool because it strips away like the additional shields and health. That is precisely what a Meteor M might be able to support as well. As we move into these highlights here, it's just phenomenal from these both teams. That map 1 really caught us a little bit by surprise, with the way Incipients was playing as a team, trying to cut off rotations, but the adjustments from Crazy Raccoons was phenomenal.
Yeah, that's probably the difference between an open qualifier team and a team that has played at the highest level in Stage 1. They were able to witness a lot of these adjustments that these teams have been making on the fly, and usually they will work out in their favor. As Crazy Raccoon, they do make the call and they will switch over towards heroes that can contain this magic pick, which, like we said, stayed throughout the entirety of map number 1. And you could probably argue that it might have cost them the map, but that is something we're gonna have to see as we go into map number 2. Do they make adjustments? Do they make any team comp changes, or do they stay similar to their identity?
Yeah, it would be very interesting to see how those might shape the hero picks and bans, because right off the cuff, during the last few games of the mid-season finals, we actually saw the Human Torch ban come out a fair bit, because I think one of the casters talked about it quite succinctly. It's a character where it really is able to play all sorts. You can play long range poke, you can play dive right up there with some of the dive vanguards to provide supporting action as well. So I think it's that flex player that's so good that the Phoenix does just have. And to have both under your belt that NX brings, the newcomer, mind you, for Crazy Raccoons, what a brilliant pickup for this team.
This is a great debut for NX right now. The Human Torch, like you said, providing the dive potential. NX also rocking the Phoenix as well, putting on an absolute masterclass with those AoE shots, that AoE damage coming in. And in a way, you can also play Phoenix as like sort of a flanker kind of position. You just have so much mobility. You have a dash. You do have ways to get up to high ground. It's just, in a way, just a better Hela. In the end, it's just, well, like, we can see why it's so popular in the mid-season finals, and here in Stage 2, it's going to be no different.
It is going to be no different indeed. I'm looking at Gaku as well, Magic being, looks like it's one of their staple kind of picks and comfort to play around with. The Dark Child went absolutely bananas on that first point. And I'd like to see a bit more of that. The targeted picks from a good Magic is important, right? To be able to get that backline. I think that's precisely where we saw on perhaps points number 2 and 3, where Gaku was able to sneak and maybe do some, silent takeouts from that backline. When you're running triple strategists on the opposing team, that's precisely what you need to do. You need to harass, because there's just so much support, so much heals that comes out, and it just leaves the rest of the dive cop up front, Rip, the Hulk that was playing on point number 3, to just go bananas, Hulk mode on the rest of the squad here for Incipients.
Yeah, and with that, we will take a short break. And when we come back, we will see map number 2. Do Incipients adjust, or will Crazy Raccoons take over? Well, we will find out when we come back.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, avenge your rise, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
One map down in this best of three is a statement piece to come in flying and stomp your opponent out. Wasn't a true stomp, but you know, in a 2-1 fashion, able to secure themselves that domination is Crazy Raccoons, and Incipients have a ways to climb back up.
Yeah, we saw Incipients show what they are capable of, especially on Gaku with the magic. We will not stop talking about it because that is something we quite literally didn't really expect coming into stage 2, but Incipients were able to play the magic very well, but unfortunately, like we said, weren't able to get over that final hurdle, which was that second map to themselves. But yeah, Crazy Raccoon will take map number 1, and the way this works, if you are watching the professional Marvel Rivals here for the first time, the loser will be able to pick the next map, as well as pick which side they will be on. The first map always being domination. The second one is up to Incipients themselves. They can either choose a convoy map or a convergence map, and on top of that, we'll be able to choose which side they will be starting.
Indeed, and at this moment, you know, it's the same kind of map pool that we had from stage 1, at least for Convoy and Convergence. The only additional map that we did see is Celestial Husk, which came into domination, but that's not being worked at the moment, at least not picked for this particular first map. And I'm now thinking in the heads of Incipients, right? Trying to get into their IGL hides. Like, well, what do they need to adjust? I saw that late 0.3 adjustments into a triple strategist look that they were running 2-2, kind of the de facto early on, and that kind of worked well with the double shields, but perhaps that there was too much poke that came with the Human Torch, especially when you're able to come around different angles and get the flanks like you saw in point number 1 that negated said double shield. So it might be interesting if they want to try to change it up into a dive come. I'm not sure if that's going to be under their repertoire, but hey, we're going to be looking at Spider Islands. Not a common pick, but a very interesting one to say the least.
I know, yeah, stage 1, we never saw this map in stage number 1. We barely saw it. We might have seen it like, what, once or twice? But so right off the rip in stage 2, Incipients, they are officially calling it their home turf, their map of choice. And now it's just a big question mark as to what side they will be starting on. I believe it seems like Incipients will start on the attacking side. So that is something worth mentioning. What do you think is their game plan? We know they're starting on the attacker side, and Crazy Raccoons will be starting on the defensive side. What would be the plan coming in for Incipients as they try to take this second map for themselves?
Take to the rooftops. I feel like Spider Islands is a map that's always about rooftop ninjas, right? How many people can you stack on top of those buildings? Because there's so much high ground that can be abused. I think the few times that we've seen Spider Islands here in Marvel Rival Asia has been the likes of, you know, perhaps an Ultron with an Iron Man. We've seen Spider-Man with a Wolverine. We've seen a Hela propped up as an Asgardian above these Japanese roofs. I mean, there's so much that can be pulled out. I think the advantage here has to be in the skies. And perhaps, like I called it, dive might help from this perspective. If they relied on poke, they may be outpoked by Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, why stay in the back throwing snowballs when you can just go right in and throw hands, you know? As Crazy Raccoon will take away the Mantis and the Loki, and the Incipients will do their own similar bans. It's looking about the same, but both sides this time blocking in the Luna.
Blocking in the Luna. Will we see a Phoenix or a Human Torch ban is the real question. I think we're kind of still toying around with it. They did ban the Ultron last time. So if it's still going to be the Ultron, which it has been locked in, it's going to be the same first three for both teams as we saw in map 1.
They do ban out the magic. I guess Spider Islands. Yeah, there's a lot. We talked about this today in stage 1. Domination maps tend to be on the smaller side in terms of surface area. There's just not much room to work with if your goal is to get to the back line as much as possible. And with Spider Islands being that much bigger of a map in general, it just allows these backline divers to just get easy access. And Crazy Raccoons, they see that and they're not having it. They just want to get rid of it and just move on.
Indeed, we kind of talked about it during the break that it seemed like Crazy Raccoons did have not a penny, but like a thumb on top of the magic that was rocked by Gaku, but perhaps they want to pay the respects as deserving, and so banning out the magic goes the way by Incipients with the counter bans, right? Both Adam Warlock plus finally the Human Torch out of action. They almost locked it in for themselves, thinking to hog that character for themselves, but hey, just making sure that they've got the Magneto with some brilliant counter Meteor M's is going to be as equally important.
Yeah, the Meteor M is just way too valuable for it to get banned away. And Incipients, they want that extra security as they will secure the Magneto, but they don't take away the Magneto from Crazy Raccoon. So we'll see how that plays out. Magneto just being a staple here in the professional scene, just providing that potential burst damage coming in to just shut down any of these ultimates from these strategists that have been very, very influential when it comes to these fights. And if you played Marvel Rivals long enough, you know that burst damage is king.
Burst damage is king as well. That's going to be a very key feature moving forward as well. If you're able to just land enough damage onto a single player at enough time. We kind of saw, we called it during that previous matchup when you had both the Phoenix Ultimate plus the Magneto Ultimate coming in together. That's a very surefire way of eliminating a backline strategist and giving yourself that advantage. So no surprise that they're gonna want to run that, but right off the rip, attacker sided, chosen, they're clearing their corners, nice and easy. You don't want to get caught off guard with maybe a surprise Wolverine or surprise Spider-Man, but that's not being run by Crazy Raccoons. It's just de facto kind of push and pull with the double shields coming in from Crazy Raccoons, and a bit of a group action here from Naku.
Triple Vanguard on the side of Crazy Raccoon to try to keep Incipients at bay as Naku getting dangerously low, but should be able to get healed up in time. But Gaku doesn't get so lucky as he is going to get taken down. Naku finally will go down as well, and Crazy Raccoon with the triple Vanguard setup will be able to hold off Incipients for just a few more seconds.
Yeah, he places a lot of pressure on the strategist, but looks like they are able to sustain so far. Just using this cover to isolate as much as possible. Hey, and we talked about rooftop ninjas. Trying their best to make it a bit more interesting.
Strike one person.
It's so targeted, and we'll be able to take care of Wyatt in that backline. Rip right there with that Eternal Block up. Perhaps a little too late, but it's countered by the Cosmic Yarn as well.
Oh my goodness, great pick coming in from Crazy Raccoon. They know how valuable this Luna Snow is, and if you keep this Luna Snow out of the fight, it's going to take her so much longer to charge up the Fate of Both Worlds. But Wyland does finally have it, But already, it's been a whole minute and a half clock for incipients.
The Punisher coming out as well with the final judgment, just supported by J-Max. This internal bond, this backline struggle, trying to make it work. Now Silent Seduction online once again. NX already has again strangling Prison and just puts them to bed. The Omega Hurricane tries to fight their way back out, but the Prison's too strong, and they're forced back into the spawn. The Cipians have no way out.
They dumped everything, but Crazy Raccoon were able to respond to that domino effect of ultimates coming down perfectly. And Incipients, they are still stuck. They're still stuck in their spawn. They don't have a way in. They have to wait for another moment for their ultimates to come back. Thunder has the Eternal Bond coming in. That might be the signal to try to make their way in, but JT3 is also threatening with the Meteor in.
And locating an adequate target, looking for the route that will be taken out. Once again, this piece lighting up blue. It's an image that we've seen in past map, that previous domination match. And hey, it's turning up here on Spider Islands. Crazy Raccoons have bled 3 minutes from the clock so far. Cipians has to come out with an answer.
It's gotta be up to Thunder, right? He has the Eternal Bond. Xenofly, Wyland, and Gaku are close to their ultimates. But it's all gonna come down to Thunder with the ultimate as Bosco is having to be able to find one. And Crazy Raccoon, as soon as Incipients try to force their way in, they're just kicked out the back door.
Unbelievable, right? The changes right now onto the Phoenix plus, not the Phoenix, the Doxlin on the Human Torch, I feel like might be a bit too late, right? We talked about that rooftop access, the verticality that needs to be abused, and now Doxlin and Gaku perhaps are trying to make it work. Gaku on the dive agent to make it more interesting, but Silent Seduction now finally coming out from Xiling, trying to push it back.
Yeah, great Silent Seduction coming in. Gaku gonna get burst down though. As Crazy Raccoon, they are able to find a trade. But if you think about how this map is laid out, Crazy Raccoon, if any of them go down, they have to make their long walk back to spawn. But look at Incipient. They're all trapped. It's going to be them going back into spawn as the overtime meter is going to be popped. It's going down, but Crazy Raccoon are holding Incipients at bay, and they might just be able to just hold off Incipients, and we may be seeing the fastest map of this entire tournament.
22 meters. My arms are up on my head. I am scratching myself right now, trying to figure out what that was. That was absolutely insane defense from Crazy Raccoon, right? The triple Vanguard supported by 2 strategists. But hey, I gotta say, their ultimate cycling was insane.
That was
right?
Great, yeah. They were just able to cycle it perfectly. Like every time Incipients have a way in, say a Thunder Eternal Bond, Wyland with the Fate of Worlds, Crazy Raccoon, just like that, immediately had a response. They knew what to do, and they were able to execute it perfectly every single time. And look at the rewards that Crazy Raccoon have for themselves. All they have to do is just walk across the street, and they win the map, and they win the series.
Yeah, 22 meters is indeed literally just hopping over to your local convenience store and getting yourself a bit of a drink, which is honestly what Crazy Raccoons must feel right now. I'm looking at their composition. They could start with an explosive start just to be able to overwhelm Incipients, which is, you know, classic true to form for Crazy Raccoons. And Incipients running that classic 2-2-2. Gaku will have to make it work, not having, you know, their true pick with their side, but already right off the back, Doxlin will find their counter in these Raptors. Perhaps give themselves a bit of a chance.
Yeah, that's a great pick coming in from Doxlin onto NX. NX being the star player on Crazy Raccoon, just put on an absolute show. Hion adjusting to the Black Panther. So we're seeing a bit of variety of heroes being picked up here as Hyon trying to do his best to get some sort of backline access. But then again, we talked about this from time and time again. All they have to do is walk across the street. And look at this, 5 meters left for Crazy Raccoon to take over the map. And will this be the way in? It looks like it, as Asako is going to find one. Doxlin will find one, but the time runs slow. And Crazy Raccoon, you made it across the street. Pop a cold one with the boys. You guys just win the series 2-0.
Phenomenal. I mean, I'm sorry we ever doubted Crazy Raccoons. They maybe took a little bit to warm up, but it was seconds before they were fired on all cylinders with a solid defensive hold. And then you called it. Heian running the Black Panther was a distraction. Hey, Heian, run long. Just pull off as many crosshairs and as many bodies off the point. We just need to push 22 meters.
Yeah, that's exactly what Hyon did. They knew they just had to move the point just a little bit. And if Hyon was able to draw a lot of incipients back, what can you really do? You have to deal with the Black Panther or else you get eliminated. But then again, you also have, if you want to deal with the Black Panther, you also have to move away from the site. So it's just that push and pull that incipients had to do, a dilemma, if you will, just figuring out what is the better plan, what is the better option, and they weren't able to just figure it out in time.
Indeed, 5 minutes and 12 seconds was all that needed to conclude map number 2 and put the very first win of this series here in Stage 2, Marvel Rivals Asia. And gotta hand it to Crazy Raccoons, you know, crazy enough to think of these very interesting strats. But hey, not strats aside, right? It's also in terms of that ultimate cycling. You kind of talked about it a little bit during that mid-round pause, but hey, the way that the ultimates from the side of Crazy Raccoons were used and saved in a timely manner, the way the likes of I think it was NX on the Groot just cycling up their strangling prisons so quickly. JT3 survivability, it's phenomenal.
Yeah, and that strangling prison at the end was pretty much the nail in the coffin. NX just finally landing that multi-man strangling prison that he was searching for. We did see him do a solo ultimate onto the Luna Snow, which did stagger every one of the incipients, and I think that was like the tipping point, really. That was a moment where incipients just were in a panic. They got staggered so much, and in the end, NX, he's showing that he can play in the front line as well as the back. And Crazy Raccoon will come out with a 2-0 win thanks to a walk across the street.
A great opening start, a great debut for the newcomer here at NX, right? Just showing why they were picked for such a high valued roster that is Crazy Raccoons, immediately making a name for themselves and putting a bit of a target board on their backs. It's gonna be now looking at, thinking forward in terms of, hey, how can we kind of break down the carries for Crazy Raccoons with some targeted picks and bans. Chat's kind of called it as well. Definitely should try and strip away some of the tenacity from NX. But hey, NX, their composition, their hero pool runs deep. Hopping over to a Vanguard, right? With the pinpoint accuracy of those Groot's tendrils. I mean, if you can get away with that, you can probably go the distance here.
Yeah, and I did not really think that magic ban would have been this effective. I know in map number 1 that magic did cause a bit of problems on Crazy Raccoon. It was a very close map number 1, but after adjusting to banning out the magic, Crazy Raccoon thought to themselves, yeah, I think taking away the magic is going to be valuable. I think it's worth a ban over some of those meta bans that we have been seeing in past tournaments. Look what it's done for them. And they were just able to just steamroll through incipients.
Yeah, on that second map, it was their map pick, and maybe they were hoping for a bit of a different outcome. Maybe they had some further strats developed for, legs 2 and 3 on Spider Islands, but it wasn't meant to be. We barely got around that first corner, around that little pagoda. Icon, Gaku, and Doxan doing their utmost best to provide the firepower behind the likes of Nakui and as well as Xenofly. It wasn't meant to be. We got some nice picks from them. Gaku had a great domination match, but was a little lackluster on Spider Islands. Doxan stepped it up a little bit with that Phoenix early pick on their counter. But hey, being distracted by the likes of a Black Panther running long when that objective is right in front of your eyes, you cannot run off like cats chasing a laser.
Yeah, and Crazy Raccoon's just playing that so well. But yeah, we do have to give props to Incipients. They showed us how they made it into this tournament in the first place with these very interesting picks, honestly. But unfortunately, it was just a little bit too one-dimensional, and going up against a top contender of Crazy Raccoon, they were able to experience firsthand the adjustments that Crazy Raccoon were able to make, and that really is the difference between these teams that made it through using the open qualifiers and a team that has just been at the highest level for so long. And you can see that difference right here in this best of 3 alone.
Yep, so that's going to be, that first point going to Crazy Raccoons here in the Group A series. It's got to feel pretty good that, on your first matchup, you already start to peel away. It's not over till it's over. Obviously, we still have another 10 days and a lot of different matches from these teams. Incipient still has, I believe, 4 more matchups they can secure themselves to make it in the top 2/3 of the group stages. So it's not over just yet. And, it's a good time to watch these VODs and try and figure out where they could apply a bit more efficacy around your composition.
Yeah, definitely. Like you said, it's still day 1 of this tournament, so you still have a lot of time to make your way back into playoff contention. Keep in mind, top 4 of each group will move on, so there will be 8 teams in the playoff bracket, like the final cut, if you will. And yeah, it's gonna be very, very interesting to see how Incipients play their way through this entire stage 2, because there is a chance that they are able to make their way in, squeak their way in, if you will. But that is a storyline we will be observing for another time.
Indeed. Back to the drawing board will be Incipients. I think about some of the late adjustments that they did on their attack half on Spider Islands, trying to take more to the rooftops. I feel like when the doors first opened, they were basically on the floor with 3 vanguards that they were faced up against, and it's just too much to bear. At some point in time, Doxan and Ganku went to the rooftops. I think switched over to Human Torch at some point in time, which they locked in, by the way. Did they?
Yeah.
Am I blind? Did they lock it? Oh no. They didn't. They switched over to that Nito in the last possible second.
Yes.
I apologize, but I thought they locked in. They still had the option of running it, which they did, but it's a bit too little, too late at that point in time. This is the level of counterplays that we expect, right? We need them fast and furious and efficient to make a mark while the timer's running.
Yeah, and now I think it's safe to say we could, I guess, wrap this matchup up, as we do have 2 more best of 3s to move on to. We've got OEG versus Rocket University coming up next in our first Group B matchup. 2 open qualifier teams going at each other.
Indeed. And it's quite interesting because, OEG versus Rocket University. Rocket, I believe, in the open qualifiers was called Revival, and then they basically rebranded or was picked up by Rocket University. And we'll see some very familiar names on both sides from teams of past. Teams like Marvel Vietnam Esports, teams like LMTR and O2 Blast, teams like Be Like XVE. They're all scattered amongst these teams here. And, you know, once the rosters are up, we will have a chance to run through it. But hey, it's going to be a bit of mishmash. That's what we kind of expect from OQ teams as well, as they try to regroup and reassess themselves from stage to stage, from season to season, and try to make it into the big leagues with a solid 5. Solid
and
6.
if you get a high enough placement, you may get a direct invite like some of these teams here. Crazy Raccoon being one of those invitees back into stage number 2 for having, you know, an impressive finish in Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 1, having that 3rd place finish. But unfortunately, we're just one spot away from making it to potential international greatness in that mid-season final.
My heart's so sad. You know, unfortunately, Asia only gets 2 slots. Moving into basically the LAN tournaments, and you know it's a tough one when you whittle down from 12 teams to 2. That's such an insane rejection rate. You gotta play your utmost best throughout. You gotta dig deep and you gotta study. There's so much on the line that I think some people don't realize that happens in the background. You know, once the matches end, of course we see the players sweat it out in the servers, but once these matches end, the coaches, they're sweating. They're trying to analyze what went right, what went wrong, how to replicate their successes, how to do Tai Chi on their opponents, try and pinpoint their nervous systems and get their chi out of whack. All that stuff's happening in the background as well. It's chess beyond what we can ever imagine.
Not only that, if you get yourself out there on the international stage, you get a lot of eyes looking at you, and
Yeah.
some of those eyes could be other teams that could pick you up. So if you play well here in stage 2 and then it translates over to the international stage, you get a lot of eyes on you. You get a lot of traction, and we've seen this happen in other titles as well. You do well on the international stage in the biggest tournament ever, you may be able to land yourself a nice deal from different organizations.
Indeed, and I think that's precisely why, you know, it's so important to maintain your presence here in the open qualifiers, right? Because you never know that your team of 6 to 8 folks are going to be able to slug it out against all others, against all of the other factions out there. Make your way into the top 12 here in stage 2 and make a name of yourself. And already, it's been what, a few months here in the Marvel Rivals Ignite series, and already we have household names from the OQs that is going to be terrific. But I think, yeah, we're just hearing from our production right now that we're gonna actually get our very first interviews here at the Marvel Rivals Asia Stage 2. It's gonna be a representative from Crazy Raccoons as we kind of wait for all that to be assembled. But no, we're excited to kind of think about what kind of questions we want to pry into their brains for.
Yeah, we're gonna get a little bit of a deeper look into the minds of these players, and it's gonna be not only the man himself, the star player of Crazy Raccoon, it's NX. And how are we doing today?
Hello, nice to meet you.
Nice
Hello,
to meet
hello.
you, NX. We hear you loud and clear. Firstly, congratulations on your win against Incipients, and you, honestly, a great debut as part of the Crazy Raccoons. Just, you know, off the cuff, how did that first win for you feel under the Crazy Raccoons banner?
That first, I mean, I kind of expected it, honestly, but very excited to be competing here today.
Happy to hear that. And I guess, what was your mindset? I do want to take you back to map number 1. Incipients really did like to play the Magic, and for us on the caster booth, we expected that Magic pick to get swapped out sometime in map number 1. Did you also expect that Magic to be adjusted out when your team was also doing some adjustments, like in round number 2 you switched over to the Hulk and the Namor composition? Like, what was the I guess the mindset coming in dealing with this Magic pick that we don't see very often?
Well, when it comes to the Magic pick and triple support, basically all we have to do is counter the Magic, so that's just why we won Hulk Namor. That's all it was.
Yeah, That is a simple
That makes
answer.
sense.
Yes, if it works, it works.
That
You
makes
know.
sense. That makes sense, you know. And thinking about map number 2 as well, when we saw you hop off the duel list onto that triple Vanguard hold, and honestly, as a group player, you were just running through with ultimates after strangling prison after strangling prison. It just felt like such a dominating force. What was the vibe for the team at that point in time?
Well, we knew we won after the first fight, man. It was doing great.
I'm assuming that solo ultimate onto the Luna was probably the I guess the starting point of the
Yeah, I was having a bit of fun there. Can't lie.
Oh man.
throwing some shots out there, and I know it got really crazy throughout that entire hold. I know Incipients were just throwing everything they had. They threw everything that they absolutely could into the kitchen sink, and you guys were just able to just counter it perfectly. Was that all planned out? Was it like, I guess, like a general idea of like maybe this is like the timing of this ultimate coming in, and were you just ready for it, or was it just like kind of on the fly?
I mean, we just have a lot of experience as a team, right? We've like gone through like every situation, so a lot of this is like just all planned out ahead of time.
I like it. I mean, cool, calm, and collected. You don't seem at all phased walking out from that 2-0. Right now, you're just kind of just soaking in the vibes here for us on the server. I gotta say, as you kind of join as a new player into this Crazy Raccoons roster, most of which came over from stage 1, has it been easy to kind of adapt to their ticks? Because every team is a little different, and how has their welcoming been of you?
Oh, it's been pretty easy. They're very accommodating, and I have like so much respect for my teammates. So that just levels everything up for me,
That is great to hear, and that is just that's just great to see. Coming in as a person from I guess from North America, coming into the Asia region is definitely going to be a great scene to see. Having to bring in someone from the other side of the world, coming into the Asia side, the Asian scene of Marvel Rivals, and that is something great to see. Just welcoming them with open arms, and NX here just really shows that he is a valuable asset to this Crazy Raccoon roster.
Indeed, and that was NX, the new duelist that we just interviewed from the side of Crazy Raccoons, who beat Incipients 2-0. I mean, I love the vibes, right? Very just chill, nothing, no sweat, honestly.
Yeah,
no
very,
sweat,
very,
right?
very, very chill, just nonchalant, just normal day, just another regular day on the job, just going,
another scrim.
doing God's work, if you will.
Just another scrim for Crazy Raccoons. I mean, this kind of goes to show it's a great opportunity for us casters and you viewers to kind of pull back the curtain and view into the hearts and minds of these players, because it really can kind of shed light into what's happening in the background. And from that, it really showed that, hey, Crazy Raccoons, they have their foundations on lock, right? They just run it and they weren't tested at all, which begs a deeper question, right? Incipients honestly need to go back to the drawing board and figure out, how can we make these gods sweat? How can we show that they bleed as well? They need to come up with trickier stuff. Magic might have been that first step. You already caught Crazy Raccoons on a bit of a back step there, saying, whoa, what's happened that map? Well, we gotta kind of target ban that. Smart, I like it. Thinking out of the box. Let's have more.
Yeah, and I guess I don't know. All that calls back to that one Thanos quote. All that for a drop of blood. As that magic pick did scare them a little bit, but in the end they were just, bam, slammed you right down, put you in your place, as we saw in that map number 2. And yeah, Crazy Raccoons are showing why they are still a top contender when it comes to this Marvel Rivals Ignite circuit, and just getting a decent shot at international glory.
That's right. As we conclude that interview, as well as the first series here, it's gonna be 2-0 for the side of Crazy Raccoons. That is the first matchup done. as we will cut to a short break before bringing us that second series between OEG Esports as well as Rocket University. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Marvel Rivals.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will flash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. See the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will flash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. See the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you
hand of heaven.
The devil doesn't kneel before false angels.
So be it.
Let the devil.
You are not the only one without fear! My birth and past are tainted. I fight to reclaim them each day. For heaven! Straight to hell! Glorious! Thoughts and prayers! Blessed blaze! To battle! Feathered fury! Now is the time for salvation! Heaven! Fall! Weaklings! Overconfidence will destroy you.
Welcome back, everyone, to more Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 2 action here in the Asia region. I'm that one Dan. Next to me virtually is Multitudes. And talk about the exposure we are getting here on broadcast today.
Yeah, you know, I just came to my understanding that we're not just being broadcast on twitch.tv/Marvel Rivals Asia, but also the main channel on YouTube. So, hello chat, welcome in. This is indeed the Asia broadcast for some of you asking. And this is day one here of the Stage 2 group playoffs. Well, group stages rather. We've already had our first matchup between Crazy Raccoons and Incipients. And we'll move on to our second, which will be OEG Esports versus Rocket University.
Yeah, two open qualifier teams going at each other. This is also going to be our first Group B match of the entire tournament. And OEG being that team from that Southeast Asia area, just a mishmash of players that we have seen before, especially on Rocket University. We do have a bit of that variety from past teams.
We do indeed. Rocket University, previously known as Revival from OQ, got picked up by Rocket University themselves. Made up of, like, I'm seeing Malaysia, Singapore, Australia, Korean, Saudi Arabian as well in the mix here. But hey, talking about a little bit of history, 3 of these players, which I think we might see 2 or 3 of them here in the servers very soon, come from a previous roster that we've seen in Asia Stage 1, which is Be Like XBE, which really goes to show that, hey, didn't quite work out the first time. So Adeline, Slux, as well as Fish all kind of ganged together and said, hey, we gotta try it again. We gotta run it down the second time, make sure it sticks, and hey, this is their chance to make it work.
Yeah, they nailed it the second time, and then they're making the comeback here in Stage 2. So clearly what they have been doing is working really, really well. And we are more than excited to see what they have in store for us, especially since we throw back to the first match that we saw Incipients pulling out the magic pick. That was definitely something we weren't expecting when we were coming into stage number 2, but now we're having 2 open qualifier teams going at each other, just throwing hands, and we may see something spicy coming out from this matchup as well.
Yeah, and a reminder that within Group B, you also have Reject and Genji within that group. So it kind of almost makes this one more important. You want your leg up. You need to keep yourself afloat to stay in the top 4 for your group to qualify into the playoffs. So I think there's a little bit of pressure on these teams. Now, hey, let's switch sides over to OEG, which also, once, like you called it, Dan, came from an OQ background. Heads up, they're looking for someone to be picking them up, so organizations look out for these players, because they are also kind of familiar here in the Asia scene. We've had 4 of these players, a couple of subs, but 4 in total for the OEG roster that came from previous teams, got hired to Blast. All OQ teams, all that made it not quite to that finish line, but want to try again.
Yeah, you could say this team is one of the sole representatives of the Vietnam country here in the Marvel Rivals esports scene. We did have a lot of representation in stage number 1, but now in stage number 2, we've only got OEG. And throwback and shout out to Marvel Rivals Vietnam. That was one of our favorite teams that came from the open qualifiers in stage 1. Shout out to them. But now we have to look forward as we head into map number 1.
Indeed. And once again, if y'all are new to the Marvel Rivals Ignite series and the rule set associated, it is in a best of 3. This first map is always going to be a domination match, and it could be one of 4, either Brilliant Shala, Hell's Heaven, Krakoa, or Celestial Husk. And it's going to be random from that perspective, at least the first map is. And then subsequent maps are going to be losers choosing the map that cannot be repeated. The modes can't be repeated either. So map 2 has to be either Convoy and Convergence. And if we go the distance to a map 3, it'll have to be the 3rd unused map mode. That will be how this format works.
Yeah, and it does look like the random number generating gods have chosen Burnin T'Challa as our first map coming in on that domination format. And we are soon enough going on their way to the picks, bans, and locks between OEG and Rocket University here in our second best of 3 of the night.
Second best of 3 indeed. I mean, it's got to be a bit of a showing, right? I feel like I have an inkling in my bones, Dan, that this might go the distance as we now head straight into the picks and bans. And the Jeff hovers are true. I feel like everyone's inspired with what we saw during the mid-season finals in terms of a terrific Jeff and those insane 4 KOs, just throwing people off maps. I mean, it's beautiful, inspirational.
Yeah, but Jeff is cool and all, but look at Rocket University repping their mascot. Look at them all. 5 rocket hovers. Why? My big question is, why is Sangshin not joining in? We need a full line of just 6 rockets. We need that mascot representation, You
need a president somewhere. You need someone to anchor the university down, and that's precisely what a Penny might do as we move into the picks and bans straight off the bat. OEG, locking out that Luna, picking it for themselves. Rocket University does the same thing with the Mantis. And right off the cuff, again, it's going to be strategists on the chopping block.
Yeah. Mantis going to be locked in for Rocket University. Luna will be locked on the flip side for OEG. And in this draft so far, there has been a heavy emphasis on these strategists and a wild Captain America getting banned as well.
Yep, we've got the lock-in with the Human Torch that has seen such impact that can play all levels of roles supporting the team, be it a dive, long-range poke, or even a bit of a just a supporting character, making sure your backline doesn't get harassed, area denial. There's so much that can be worked with, both of them locking that Human Torch in. So we're about to see some flame-ons sooner than later.
Oh, and both sides will also take away the Captain America. That has been,
Pick your hero. Or
I wouldn't
villain,
say
I'm
a
not
sleeper
judging.
pick, but also a very it's just a very strong pick, right? You just go right in. You're just near impossible to take down with the shield. All that mobility as well. And both teams are acknowledging the threat that Captain America can provide, especially with that sustained ultimate coming in with the Freedom Charge, just keeping everyone alive. It's just another ultimate that is a game changer when it comes to these fights. And both teams, they know they don't want to deal with that as we head our way into the lands of Wakanda. Or map
Yep.
1.
I do know that, on the Marvel Rivals Asia community, there's huge hype around a Penny Parker. And with the team up with Rocket Raccoon and with the team rocking the Rocket University name, I would be interesting to see what kind of
maybe.
compositions they may be working around a bit more. Don't be fooled by what you see here in the time countdown, because it continues to always evade us. It's just people boosting their armor packs. Don't worry about it.
Hey, you never know. Rocket University could honestly pull out the Penny Parker when it gets buffed in Season 4.0. Keep in mind, we are still playing on the Season 3.5 patch, at least for this first week here in the Asia region.
I need assistance.
So no Penny Parker buff, no Luna Snow nerf just yet.
No, not just yet, indeed. So we'll be playing on the old pack. Whereas you folks, the live Marvel Rivals players, will be, getting yourself into
Like the mission area
Season
is
4
yours
by
to capture
tomorrow.
now.
As looks like Rocket University, they couldn't even step out the door. They couldn't get their grades whatsoever. OEG are able to just start their timer running, and holy, the jump, the ultra jump from the Groot. Will they make it alive? That is a no. Little Vex says
I don't think-
your grades ain't good enough for it.
Yeah, I don't think Sunshin was aware that he had the rocket jump. Probably spammed the spacebar a little too hard, and that just sent him flying, and ultimately to his demise, as so is the rest of Rocket University. They will fall alongside Sunshin.
Sentinels. We talked about these stacks, these sparks coming in so strong for a great aimer such as Sentinel right now. So we'll just clean up shop. Those final 4 characters falling to their demise. And now pushing the advantage is important, right? You want to be able to build your ultimate as quickly as possible. I'm just looking at the likes of the Invisible Woman as well as possibly a Phoenix. We'll have to see as this team fight erupts once again.
Yeah, Kraken Impact available for Nunu on OEG. Rocket University still waiting for their ultimate to come back online, as OEG are going to be on the offensive, but Soul Resurgence on the side of Rocket University is going to be popped as the meteor lands and denies any more resurgence coming in from Rocket University. But will their souls be taken away as well? We will see after this Fate of Both Worlds will be popped on the side of Sui, as the rest of Rocket University desperately trying to stay afloat on this site.
Yeah, they're trying to buy time indeed. Now it's going to be a Wingskirt coming out from the portal. That's a desperation attempt. But immediately,
Oh my gosh, the strength
it's going to be Rocket University finding some space, right? With so much pressure from the side of Nyx. It's another Annex player high in the sky making a name for themselves.
Yeah, their strange ultimate coming in was just able to help Rocket University regroup. They did get staggered for a little bit, but the Strange Portal does regroup them back, and with a great multi-man Strangling Prison coming in from Sangshin. It's all it took for Rocky University to complete the retake.
Supernova will start things off, right? You want to catch your opponents off guard, not let them kind of get their footing under their cells with some great placements of the Supernova, the boundaries. Just able to protect Nurks a little bit more with a bit of sustained. It just buys them a bit more time, to be honest. But now OEG looking to do the same thing that Rocket University did, right? Take the underling, take the underfoot, and bring the fight to them.
Us against the world. Difficult, but the Eternal Bond will make things a little bit easier, but an immediate response. Both Cloak and Daggers dashing around on the site. Here comes that Kraken Impact as well. That domino effect will start to go down as Wilvac pops the meteor, but doesn't find the mark. As two go in favor of Rocket University, making a third, but only one member of Rocket University goes down as OEG are not able to complete the retake as Rocket will keep on holding.
Oh, the stagger as well onto Little Vex. That's not what you want, seeing that Rocket University are already at 70%. Sang, having done so much right now as a group, will have to do more as White Skull comes in to isolate Monster! And isolate they do! Hella out of action!
Great pick coming in from OEG. Now it's their turn. They have the full advantage coming in. They have the chance to come back. Strangling Prison gonna get denied by the Fate of the Worlds as OEG start to get up that meter. They almost get it, but they are not gonna get it just yet as Sentinel is able to just rain down hell onto NRX. He will be thrown to the sidelines as OEG light up the feed, but Winsker will respond. But Rocky University, look at their vitals, their health so low, and they will hit 0.
I mean, at the final corner, they do overtime now. Pop is gonna have to be Nurks to do everything to slam down onto the site. Just deny this overtime.
I don't think it's gonna work.
With a precise shot to the heart, and that Human Torch is out of action.
Great showing from both teams, OEG and Rocky University, taking turns on the site, going left and right, push and pull, tug of war action. But in the end, it is OEG who get their line, their rope over onto their side, and will take that first round.
I mean, yeah, the supports, the supporting cast from the side of OEG, those strategists providing so much value with some well-timed Eternal Bonds, as well as I'm looking at Sentinel, right? The opening kind of sparks that just lit up the field with those first few seconds, and the closing statements as well to push Nurks right off that point. That's a player to look out for.
The battle starts in
Teams
5, 4,
have a bit of
3,
breathing room.
2.
This game in general is very, very fast. And now we head into the second round. It's going to be waterfall. A lot of ways you can get around the map. So much terrain you can control. And we will see how they play around this map. It is domination, so it's very, very small.
It is indeed. We got Nurks with the Supernova being topped up to try and isolate and force OEG sports back into their hole. Trying to maybe have to drain away and trigger some additional cooldowns. Rocket Raccoon now turning the script onto OEG, stealing away this map early on.
NRX doing a good job with the Supernova to just zone away OEG, and they will take the site and start stacking up that charge. But now OEG, they have to respond. Here we go, Kraken Impact, making a double. He does it again, but can he find more? It doesn't seem like it landed on the mark, but Vision NRX just cleans up house. Kraken Impact be damned. That was the start of it. And the rest of Rocket finish it.
A little C&D action right there for us to view. It's beautiful when you have the advantage, just pressing within your Eternal Bond, all healed up, just holding that damage button down. Now repositioning Rocket University, understand, hey, this high ground is important as the map shifts just a little bit.
They're
So
gonna get to
maybe
jump.
get the drop onto OEG, not wanting to overcommit just yet. It is objective place, got to play the point.
Keep in mind, Rocky University, after winning that fight, they get straight to work, controlling the terrain in their favor, using the pillars to get towards that high ground. So even in the highest level, you still have work to do, even if there's no action going on. But OEG will find action for themselves. They will take the site.
They will indeed. Expensive though. I think 3 ultimates expended from their perspective. Right, the Emma Frost, the Phoenix, plus the Luna Snow as well. So the Hail Mary, the saving grace right now is that Groot does have the Strangling Prison online on both sides. Plus Adeline with their own as well. Silent Seduction. So it might be a bit of a fiasco as we're able to isolate the Groot with some beautiful pulls, and Ninimu able to deliver. His speed lights up, and Blue OEG are smattering. They're throwing everything back at Rocket University. It's time for them to go back to school.
Yeah, the feed glows blue, but OEG see red as they take away any sort of advantage that Rocket University had. 65 to Rocket University's name as OEG are closing the gap. But look at Rocket, they're coming in from the high ground.
You've captured more than
Position
half of
fast
the
though. It's gonna be a lot of ultimates coming in with Rocket University with the advantage. And we start off with that Supernova. We saw this in the previous matchup, just denying line of sight for OEG, just controlling this map space, and immediately this map taken. OEG want a game plan. They want to move in together.
Yeah, OEG completely respect NRX's ultimate. They just happily walk away. And as those tornadoes expire, it looks like the blender of Rocket University will start whirring away. But it's a 1-1 trade in the end, as both of these strategies ultimates are going to be used. Strangling Prison once again denied by the Fate of Both Worlds, as OEG looks to get the upper hand. As the Fate of Both Worlds still causing havoc. And Ninimu with a double, Kraken impact, can't quite find the reset, he won't find it, he goes for it again, and OEG take over again.
I mean, Ninimu is so disastrously on this pick, right? The pulls that come in to isolate the Groot. That was Sanji, who's now hopped onto the Doctor Strange, likely portal play that we're going to be hearing from the top side on the opposite side of the map, trying to keep control of this high ground just the same to allow a bit of security for their strategists as they make their way onside.
Wilvex makes it onto the site just in time with the Silent Seduction. Minimu still untouched, still undetected, but as he finds the pick onto NRX, that might be the map-winning pick. We'll see as this fight keeps on going. NRX finally respawns as a double stun comes in. And Lil Vex just laying down the hurt. This Groot causing so much chaos. The overtime meter is about to fall down. Great shot coming from Ninimu. And it's going to be map number 1 going over to OEG Esports.
Oh man, that Bucky, Ninimu, just turned up and shut it down towards that tail end of the Waterfalls map. I mean, it was phenomenal. And understanding the win con at that last possible moment, right? Playing back a little bit, not wanting to overcommit into the invisible boundaries. Survival was key, and once all those expired, it was just the Groot making their way onto the site, onto the backline. Livix able to just clean up shop. I mean, 16 final hits is little Vix. That is phenomenal to boot.
Yeah, especially on the Vanguard. But then again, Groot is one of those higher DPS Vanguards in Marvel Rivals, and Lil Vex shows us why this Groot pick is still a very, very strong pickup here. And not to mention, Ninimu with, honestly, was probably the game-winning pick onto NRX at that final fight. NRX just wasn't able to get inside of that invisible boundary, try to get himself alive. And honestly, despite sometimes OEG being all over the place, getting caught off guard by Rocket University's positioning tactics, they still looked very, very together. They were in sync.
They were in sync, you know? It's like Sanshin, 36k damage block. That is a phenomenal amount, considering this is just a domination match. It's very quickly over before you know it, but it's about trying to rally around it, right? We think about the isolation picks against like Winsker on the Hela being taken out so quickly. Those are those small key important points to understand. Hey, at a moment's notice, the tides can turn, and yeah, maybe you do some a good repositioning around the map like Waterfall. That's probably the map with the most kind of terrain changes and angles that you can play around. But you gotta play together as your team, and getting those early picks out from your team just doesn't quite cut it.
Yeah, there was so much discipline coming out of OEG, right? You saw it right there during one of those fights. What's it called? Rocket using their Supernova from NRX to try to zone away OEG, and OEG. They're fine with it. They were just like, okay, you're just gonna use the Supernova. All right, we'll just wait for the tornadoes to go away. You kind of threw them all into one choke hold, and we'll just lay back, and then we'll slam you as soon as it's over.
Indeed, NRX, Winsker, I think they did a fair bit during that point number 1 of the domination, but you gotta sustain it a little bit more. Not a lot of final hits to their name, unfortunately. Couldn't really work around the map terrain, perhaps. Or it could also be that OEG just were a bit too together from that perspective, able to thwart any action, especially with some beautiful isolations that we talked about. Is that Doctor Strange portal? It's the Bucky pull onto the Groot. All of these just break things apart for Rocket University. So being a bit more aware and thinking about, okay, moving into map 2. Now map 1's done and dusted. What kind of picks and bans are you thinking about?
Ooh, yeah. I mean, there was a lot of different options being thrown around. Human Torch definitely did work out for both of these teams. I'd assumed they'd want to hold on to those picks for now, but now the question mark would be the Bucky. But then again, that is also probably a stronger pick on those smaller end maps like Domination, where there's a designated zone where the Kraken Impact is able to get a great chunk of value. So I don't know if Bucky will be that highly prioritized. So really goes down to, do they want to ban out strategists or do they want to ban out vanguards?
Oh, yeah, that's the ultimate question. I Meteor M, always a very powerful counter from that perspective. We didn't see that. In fact, both these teams kind of thought, okay, maybe it might be a dive comp that my opponents might be running. That's why the Captain America came out as that that ban towards the second half of the pick and ban phase. And so that might completely go out the window, Also kind of depends on what Rocket University choose in terms of map. So we'll kind of have to see as they kind of go back to their corners and rethink their strategy. We'll give them some time before we head into a map 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this short break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Ready to unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you
Welcome back to another round of Marvel Rivals Ignite here in the Asia scene. Will OEG Esports be able to clutch up and push us into a quick 2-0, or will Rocket University send them back to school and force a map 3? We've got a couple of game modes ahead of us. What are you wanting to see here, Dan?
Ooh, yeah. Rocket do have their choice of map pick. And it's either going to be Convergence or Convoy. So it's gonna be an interesting thought to figure out which map Rocket do want to, I guess, cover. But I remember in stage 1, the most popular one has been Yggdrasil by a long shot.
Yep,
So we'll see if that is the choice for them when we come into map number 2.
I mean, I love a little Arako. I feel like Arako with those teleports being that new map
look at
in
that.
stage 1. But indeed, it's going to be Yggdrasil here, as you see in the graphic down below us. And I believe it's going to be, once again, OEG on the defensive side first, because Rocket University would have chosen attack just to maybe get a little momentum. I honestly still kind of deciding whether or not in a map such as Yggdrasil being attack first or defense first is adequate. I haven't wrapped it around my head, chat. Let me know what you think in the chat below.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting thought to have. Do you want to set the tone off the rip, or do you want to see how you, I guess, play out against your opponent? And that is going to be the big question mark as we head into Yggdrasil. Again, the most popular map in stage 1 here, at least for the Asia region.
Indeed. And us silly casters forgot to talk about it early on during map number 1, but there is a player with basically foreign, either Chinese or Japanese text in their name on the OEG Esports team. They will be going by Ninimu here on cast as the English translation, as we heard from the production team. And so that's what we've been saying, that had been, Ninimu has been so destructive on the Baki. And hey, enough about our yappings in terms of that. We're moving straight into the picks and bans. So far, nothing too spectacular. A bit of a change in pace here. Rocket had locked in their Mantis in that previous map, but now decides to hop onto the Loki instead. A powerful one, especially given that, in a convoy, it's all about that long-term sustain, and that's precisely what a Loki ult can bring.
Yeah, and with the map being so much larger in convoy maps, Loki is just able to cover so much of that area, is able to just provide so much control, and with teammates being able to find refuge with the lamps, it just helps Rocket to stay afloat during these fights. And now, as the draft moves on, OEG are going to take away Ultron from Rocket.
Yeah, Ultron's banner on both sides. They're still sticking with their Captain America ban, so they definitely know something that we don't. Perhaps Little Vex is just too powerful with the Freedom Charge. With Captain America on your side, Fab actually just hovering over it right now might be the hint that we all need. So I'm just blind. I apologize.
Ooh, both sides ban it. They both do ban out
could make all the
the
difference.
Captain America. Both sides also banning out the Ultron, who is very, very strong on both angles, especially on the defensive side. There is that one area right above that little chicane where Ultron can just start jiggle peeking in and out with his left click, and just that position alone is just so strong on the defensive side, and both teams are well aware of that, and they will shut it down before it even starts going.
I'd say that it's also trying to perhaps discourage an Iron Man pick, with the team up and it providing so much efficacy and healing and damage output for the likes of a good Ultron. The thing about Ultron is it's all about that group healing, and with that C being online for the team up with Iron Man, you are able to provide the healing with just a little bit more. But hey, enough of what could have been. What will be is coming up in 14 seconds. A bit of a clash here. Looking at the strats, a 2-2-2, at least for OEG side. Rocket still kind of covering up their meta with some shield building that they're working on behind the scenes. But yep, it's going to be popping off right now with a bit of a mirror matchup Vanguard-wise.
Even if my powers can't repair the time stream,
and OEG decided to position a little bit past at least, keeping control of that high ground. Ninimu is on. He's on the Bucky. Has a great kidnap, going to be used in synergy with the super jump thanks to the Rocket BRB. That's gonna net themselves an early pick.
A huge start from NRX, right? We saw them come alive in map number 1. It's talking about sustain. We need to be able to hold on to this for as long as possible as the card slowly makes its way around it, dancing on his tower, wanting to get rid of it so they have better line of sight against your enemies.
Yeah, that's a different adaptation coming in from Rocket, getting rid of that cover that OEG could use, but Fab is having none of it. Will take out NRX as he tries again to diamond form, trying to just disrupt everyone of Rocket. But Rocket, they are down a player, but they will have that player back in no time. They are pretty close to their own spawn. It's just a question of the defensive side. If any of them goes down, they're going to take a long walk back onto the site as Ninimu, he's able to find the real Loki of Fish and able to just get free resets with the clone.
Still has the Kraken impact as well, while the Phoenix out comes down. It's going to be Fab finding Jansen, and once again OEG on cleanup aisle 5 here, holding back the cart from further advancing. Rocket sent back, not the player itself, but the team obviously, with a huge stagger onto Winsker at those final seconds.
Yeah, another 5 seconds where Rocket need to wait for the Stagger to join up, and they will do so. As another push will come in. Fish does have the God of Mischief available. OEG
Your powers are mine!
not quite having their own strategist ultimate to respond to, but Fab will pop the Psionic Seduction.
Yeah, just zone things out. Hopefully prevent Fish on that Eternal Bond, using that Loki clone to make more space than they could. Now on this back line, the zoning tool coming from the Phoenix onto a bunch of walls. I'm not sure how much value they have, but it's going to be the backline duelist not able to create any value. Hyo finds their pick and finds the disruption against Rocket.
Yeah, not quite sure Windsor being that isolated over there as Sunshine is able to clean up the mess. Will take out Ninimu, but the Strangling Prison was great for OEG, but it was immediately denied by Fish's lamps.
Indeed, those lamps have been so crucial, but now they're maybe a bit more vulnerable. Rocket wanting to just take a bit more space here. The Luna out now, force made of both worlds being countered at least a little bit with this Strangling Prison. It's huge! It's huge from the side of Rocket University as the KO start. They're forcing back these the offenses away from the portal as well. OEG Esports tried their best to perhaps force a bit of a gamble. Doctor Strange portal, but will get punished for it.
And Rocket are just staggering the rest of OEG as they will inevitably secure the first point. School is back in session, ladies and gentlemen. Rocket will find their first point.
Close. 20 seconds, not too shabby. No overtime triggered, which by all accounts and purposes at this level, not too shabby. They're not wanting to stop just yet, right? They have to take every advantage. The hook from NRX doesn't quite land, but it's a tricky one. Just looking at those ultimates, still just taking a bit to build. As well as this high ground, wanting to make sure that, yep, there's going to be forced off. Any moves guys doing their best to maintain this map advantage.
Yep, OEG need to find new ground. Wolvex does adjust onto the Magneto as the Psionic Seduction from Fab will be popped with a great stun onto Wolvex. But is it going to matter? Here comes the Eternal Bond from Kyo as Winsger is also threatening that Phoenix ultimate, but he needs to run to the hills, needs to join up with the team, but he's not going to be able to do so as two go down on the side of Rocket.
Yeah, and once again, that Kraken impact already online for a pick-in, coupled with some, you know, with the Phoenix ultimate as well. It just makes them weaken for the taking, right? Right for the picking with some beautiful Kraken impacts. And Rocket sensing this, trying to find a new vulnerability around this corner. Okay, Little Vex just trying to deny the space a little bit more, but those walls from Goose will allow Rocket to venture out.
Yep, those walls are going to get taken out immediately now. Only Sangshin on the point as the rest of the team do file in. But the Meteor finds the pin, denies the Eternal Bond, and will deny more damage from Winsker as well. Fate of both worlds, all but seals the fight in ODG's favor, and they will hold down for just a bit longer.
A bit longer indeed. There goes the final minutes announcements. Rocket, 4 ultimates in hand, might be able to make a huge play with you know, perhaps the invisible boundary to start things off. Hey, OEG want to make expensive. They're pressing the issue. They're chipping away at this group wall cooldown as quickly as they can, which is honestly what, you know, Sangji is trying to make happen. Now Adeline with the Psionic Seduction, just waiting for the perfect time to pop it. Tries to envelop more. Yep, 2 players caught within the Psionic Seduction itself.
The Strangling Prison is going to get followed up, but an immediate trade from OEG. As it's a 2 for 2 in the end, and then it starts lighting up blue again.
Final 10 seconds.
And again is what Ninimu says as he Kraken impacts the rest of Rocket back to spawn.
4 seconds. I see the Doctor Strange portal. They're able to touch. The overtime is triggered as well, but they're being enveloped from all corners. Now it's gonna be Bucky on Bucky! And it's gonna be NRX finding the pick, as well as their ultimate being popped online, but doesn't able to pull up with any more KOs.
Yeah, thanks to the Eternal Bond, but look at the cleanup coming in from OEG. Rocket. It looked like they had a chance to keep this fight going, but just like that, blink and you miss it. It'll be OEG holding off Rocket for a point and a half.
2, 1.
Point and a half.
Time
Cart
to switch
stalled
things up.
in that middle of that second leg here in Yggdrasil. Not
You'll
too
need a top-notch
bad.
team to win
Not
this
great, not
one.
good, you know? Not great, not bad. That's what I meant to say. Not great, not bad is middle ground, as you would imagine, on leg 2. So, once again, we'll have to be now up to Rocket to figure out what they want to do here on the flip.
Yep, and now, back to the drawing board. Now OEG on the defensive side. We'll see if there's any adaptations, any funny picks, if you will, coming in for OEG or Rocket. But for now, Rocket on the defensive side. So far, nothing too crazy happening here. Ninamu on the Black Widow. See if he's able to find an early pick while staying in the safety
30
of
seconds
spawn.
before you
If there's
attack.
anyone
Get
playing
ready.
around that high ground, Ninamu should be able to land some chip damage there.
Yeah, a change
Oh, I
in
see
pace
that's
for
the
Rocket,
strat.
right? They're rocking the triple strategist. They've got the Karmic Revival, perhaps online. They're just employing Nyx to use those right clicks and hopefully get a few of their own before, you know, coming back to save the rest of the team
battle
as and
starts
when
in
necessary,
5,
which,
4,
you know, might be the
3,
game plan here.
2,
Oh my gosh. Is Rocket University actually going to use the mascot in the defensive side? It looks like the answer will be yes. Fish
Yep.
rocking the mascot of their own team. Will that be the difference here as a great hook comes in from Ninamu, but that spells his demise as Rocket comes in swinging.
Strikes again. Huzzah!
Swinging indeed. I saw the pull from Bucky. I was like, oh, Ninimu's gonna get them again. But hey, he insta switch on to Wolverine as a counter to the Groot. Is a smart one. You know, adaptability is, hey, how deep is your hero pool at the moment? And now they're worried about the Feral Leap from the Wolverine. They're backing up, repositioning, trying to make sure they don't caught off by a kidnap.
Yep, and a great opener coming in for Rocket, but Adon dangerously low. Winsger is gonna get stunned up, kidnapped as Sentinel. Changing over to the Moon Knight as the Strangling Prison is going to find a lot of members. As the band of Khonshu shuts down Rocket, but the BRB will help, but Sentinel does not stop. He is just going to throw so much chakrams, so much hurt, so much AoE damage. As everyone on Rocket are just falling to pieces.
I saw the mascot go down as well. Fish unfortunately could not make it any further, and so hops onto the Invisible Woman instead, perhaps a bit more value, as we really see the terrain being remolded for their liking, wanting to maybe open things up. They have the advantage. They want to press it a little bit more.
Portal might be
especially
used.
Yeah, especially with this Feral Leap, as well as the last stand already online for Wolverine. That might be huge. Okay, teleport into move around this corner and try and contest this site once again.
Like that portal angle, they realize that the tower is still up and they're going to use it to their own advantage as the Meteor M is going to be used. NRX popping the Karmic Revival will bring Fish back into the fight with the Eternal Bond. I don't think there is any ultimate that is going to shut down that Cloak and Dagger ultimate, but it looks like the hand of Khonshu yet again online and ready to go, and so is the rest of OEG as they are looking to clean up house and take first point.
What a different look, right? From OEG Esports, running triple duelist as well, just to bring the firepower and crack open whatever defenses or whatever healing that Rocket have. Now they're on to the second leg. The last stand not even burned during that last team fight, and so that's another one in the pocket for themselves as they bring the card ever so closer towards their winning moment.
If Ninamu is able to get a multi-man last stand right now, that is going to be all the difference. But look at the meter up at the top of your screen. They're getting so damn close to getting that second point, that second map win. But Winsker has something to say about it, is able to find one. A pull coming in from Fish will keep OEG's front line into the fight, into the fray. As the last stand is going to be used, but Great response. Great heal coming in from Rocket University as Kraken Impact will be used as well. A kidnap on the side of OEG, trying to do something to keep his team afloat as Ninimu is able to find Adeline. That's one Vanguard down, one member of Rocket down as the Eternal Bond is going to be used. Invincible Boundary is going to be used in response, and everyone on Rocket just dumping everything into the kitchen sink as OEG will do the same.
The Hail Mary effort, they need to pull everything back. The Silent Seduction, the Fate of Both Worlds coming out from Subi to sustain the remaining players of OEG, which are making damage. It's mincemeat on the side of Rocket. And lo and behold, 2-1, they're pushed past that second leg check mark, and it goes to OEG.
OEG with a 2-0 victory over Rocket University. It was tough. It was labored, but OEG find the 2-0 win in the end. What a series this was.
What a series indeed. MVP going to Sui, rocking that Luna Snow. Honestly, a person after my own heart as a Luna Snow main. I mean, that was beautifully done from the side of OEG. They kind of knew what they needed to do, and running that triple duelist just meant, you know, if you can survive long enough, the regen from the Wolverine as well as that Bucky able to escape out of tough situations with a well-placed shift click. I mean, these are the plays to keep your duelist alive but still have enough pressure being applied onto your opponents.
Oh, this OEG just finding so many opportunities to just claw their way back into these fights. There were so many times where Rocket just seemed like they had the upper hand. They had the initiation. They had their opportunities to go for the knockouts, go for those eliminations, go for the advantage. But OEG just able to respond near perfectly.
Indeed, near perfectly indeed. I mean, we talk about ultimate utilization and ultimate countering, and I think, you know, if you don't overheat in this situation, you know, unlike the regular player who sees, oh, all my teammates are throwing ultimates, I should press Q2. And when you do that, you burn one too many ultimates and you're left with a deficit moving out of into the next team fight. That's precisely how you don't manage to sustain that long-term effort. And OEG have it on lock, right? Just like previous teams to come, here we go into those replays. We're seeing these picks come out so beautifully done. The Strangling Prison was instantly countered with some beautiful lamp play. I mean, this is top-notch gaming at its finest.
Oh yeah, and like you talked about, and in many of these games, time and time again, resource management being the key difference between these teams. Are you able to use enough to take over a winning fight? And you also have to realize, when is it a waste? When is it overkill to use some of these ultimates? And that is something that both teams, actually every team, really needs to get on lock, as OEG shows us that they do, in fact, have that on lock.
Indeed. And like, you know, right off the bat, we talked about how deep some of these players have in terms of the heroes they can pick and choose from. Their pockets run deep, you know. Right off the bat on the attack side, when OEG were trying to press the issue, trying to leave their own attacker spawn, Ninimu was playing Bucky, I think, was zoned out immediately by an enemy group, went back, okay, hop onto a Wolverine, change of plan. They're that fluid. That fluidity is perfect, right? You can't be stuck on your ways to say, no, you have to keep trying. When it doesn't work, you gotta switch up.
Yeah, and they also adjusted to the Moon Knight as well, just having that extra AoE, realizing that everyone on Rocket really likes to play together. They really like to play front and back, and Moon Knight was a good answer to just break through that first line of defense, and we're just able to just keep that momentum going. And this adjustment coming in from OEG, great to see from them, and that will pay dividends later down in this tournament as well.
Indeed. You know, it's always important to get a bit of a leg up, especially when your fellow competitors here in Group B are the likes of Reject and Gen G. I mean, champions from the last, you know, the last stage as well. Rocket University unfortunately walk away with a bit of L, but hey, still good news for you. There's a lot to have to go through here. I see you NRX, right? Starting things pretty hot when the barrier drops and able to get some early picks within the maps, but unfortunately the long-term sustain isn't quite there, and we definitely need a bit more of that.
Yeah, and like you said, it's still early. This was the first match out of Group B, where OAG will take 2-0 win, but yeah, a lot of time, a lot of chances to come back, although you are in a bit of a pickle when it comes to Group B, when you have two titans, two favorites of Reject and Gen G inside that same group. Keep in mind, in stage 1, they were in opposite groups, and now they're in the same. So it might make these open qualifier teams just a little bit harder to make it into playoffs.
Indeed, and it's gonna be very interesting indeed. I think we should just be waiting for interviews, hopefully for the winning team. So chat, if you have anything you'd like to ask, put it in the chat. We'll see if we can squeeze those in. But hey, kudos to once again OEG for keeping cool, calm, and collected throughout this entire time. The bans against that Captain America was interesting, right? We saw that come out both maps, both teams as well. So it's basically 4 bans against a Captain America, which, like you called it, is a very good sustain. So falling back to the double shields, that is Magneto plus Emma Frost, is obviously a safe bet.
Yeah, and the Captain America with the Freedom Charge is just so strong, right? It's almost as if you have a third strategist ultimate just on a Vanguard, right? It's just the amount of bonus health it provides for the team is just so much that it's just enough to stall out the entire fight and just allow the rest of your team to get those key ultimates online and going. And it just creates that neutral zone where both players, assuming that they have Captain America, are just waiting for the right moment, waiting for these ultimates to get charged up, and both teams realizing that it's too strong, they will both be taken away.
Both be taken away indeed. You know what I just thought about? I just remembered that the last match, they actually both decided to lock in Phoenix. And no, Human Torch, that is Johnny Flame, and they didn't run it at all. I like this, I think we don't think about misdirection enough. We don't think about using picks or secures of heroes more in the sense that, hey, I want to use it as a misdirection. I know that some people use bans as a misdirection. It forces out a ban. It forces out a ban on the other team if I choose a certain composition on my side, and I think it's very smart. I like to see more of that 100%.
Yeah, we that's definitely a tactic that we don't touch up very often, where you do lock in a hero threatening that you're going to use it, but then lo and behold, you never use it. So just that mind games that we were seeing, that the amount of depth that goes into these considerations when it comes to these picks and bans and locks, which is honestly a very, very nice touch to keep this title unique, keep Marvel Rivals with its own identity, and we'll see how more of these teams adjust to that, because this is a very different form of draft that we've seen from other titles.
It is indeed. And just also a quick reminder for everyone that this tournament, at least for this week, is still running that season 3.5 patch, but will transition to the 4.0 patch next week, which is again very interesting, right? Like, I feel like it asks for a lot of preparation from the players and the coaches to say, hey, no, this week we need to focus on this particular composition and this particular game plan, but next week we're gonna have different lineups, different team ups, as well as different hero changes as well. So I think that's very interesting to see. But we've just gotten word, enough of our yapping, just gotten word from our production that we will be starting interviews, at least for the OEG esports side. It's of course the recent MVP themselves, Sui, who's been rocking that Luna Stowe, who will be joining us very shortly indeed.
Yeah, Sui putting on an absolute show here in this tournament.
Hey.
And look at who it is. There he is. How are you feeling after that win?
Like for the first match of to be participating in Marvel Rivals Ignite again.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, and you know, for those who are unaware, Sui actually came from Alan TR back in stage 1 and brought along you know, Midstar as well. And you're playing actually alongside other team members who you fought against, right? Hayo from Marvel Vietnam, Onse from O2 Blast. How does it feel to kind of almost like the Avenger style, just assemble this crew for a bit of a victory here?
Yeah, so like being able to get the opportunity to play with other players from the tournament also widen my perspective on how they understand and what they know about the game. So it's actually a good start to learn more and be better playing Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, and as far as I know, throughout that entire match, there's a lot of back and forth, a lot of adjustments coming in. Were these picks premeditated? Were you ready to have these preset compositions beforehand, or was it just something like on the fly where it's like, hey, I think this character is really good right now. Do we want to play around it, or was it just something like already planned out?
The comp that we play is actually one of the things we plan and practice a bit to get the understanding for ourselves, and also when the enemies are playing it themselves too.
Very nice, very nice. It's obviously, it lends to the amount of preparation y'all do in the background. And speaking of preparation, I'm looking ahead for you folks. In a couple of days, you will be up against Reject, right? On day 3, which is like 48 hours from now. Do you have anything to say to your future opponents?
So to my future opponent, I hope we play our best and get one of the best games possibly, if we can, to like be broadcast for the people to watch. Good quality Marvel Rivals, yeah.
We love a good civil matchup, and yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I think that'll be it for us from this interview. Sui, thank you so much for joining us. Go celebrate with your team, and we will see you in future matches. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Beautifully done. I mean, you gotta be, you can feel the confidence brewing just a little bit. You feel, okay, that question going against a reject, you feel a little confidence coming in. It's like, okay, we're gonna give you a little bit of a fight. We're gonna bring it right to you.
We love that, right? You gotta have the confidence going in. You have to go in a little bit of an ego, in a sense, where you can go toe to toe with some of the world's best, some of the region's best as well, and it does seem like OEG are confident in doing so as we do start to look ahead after this series. OEG coming out 2-0 versus Rocket University here in Group B. This will be our only Group B match as we go right back to Group A.
Indeed, Assemble Fire will be the final matchup for today. Sorry, the final matchup is going to be Assemble Fire versus Onside Gaming. And you might have heard the latter one before. They also participated in the Stage 1 Marvel Rivals Asia groups as well as playoffs. And they're the 5th team to be invited back to the Stage 2 as well. The match, but while the name might sound familiar, the roster has changed a fair bit.
Oh, yeah.
And they've had to really swap a few players around. So we'll go through that once we hit that screen. But hey, Onside Gaming is another very fascinating team.
Yeah, Onside Gaming team, fully Korean from the South Korean side, and they have made it through the open qualifiers. And I believe, if my memory serves me well, this is the 3rd Korean, mainly Korean team. Genji did go through an overhaul. They do have some international talent as well, at least for Genji, but mostly Korean. as this will be the third team. It is also the only Korean team coming in from the open qualifiers. So that is going to be something worth mentioning. And as we do look into the team rosters in the near future, you may see some familiar names.
You may indeed. Okay, I almost spoil. I want to tell chat right now, but hey, okay, we won't spoil. We'll wait until after the break as well. But hey, I'm excited for between these two, right? We've seen Assemble Fire play before. You know, they've done wonderfully, right? They've come out from OQ in the past, and now they're basically almost a staple here in Stage 2 Marvel Rivals Asia. So it means this, if anything, chat, listen to me, chat. This is your sign. Find 5 other friends, make a faction, push yourself into OQ. You can be exactly like Assemble Fire. Make it through OQs during Stage 1. Now you're invited back to Stage 2. What? That's insane.
Yeah, as an open qualifier team, making it all the way to playoffs and being far enough, deep enough into the tournament to get into that spot is something great to see. But now the question is, will Assemble Fire be able to retain that spot versus Onsite Gaming for their first match of Stage 2? But we're going to wait a bit before we go back for Marvel Rivals action. Don't you worry.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smash the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. I need to unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
Deepstone, guardian of the 8th city, surrender to the hand of heaven.
The devil doesn't kneel before false angels.
So be it.
Let the devil.
You will not the only one without fear! My birth and past are tainted. I fight to reclaim them each day. For heaven! Straight to hell! Glorious! Thoughts and prayers! Blessed blades! To battle! Feathered fury! Now is the time for salvation! Heaven! Fall! Weaklings! Overconfidence will destroy you.
And we are so back for more Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 2 action here in the Asia region. I'm that one Dan. Next to me is Multitudes, and we are here for the third and final best of 3 series of the night, and we are going back to Group A.
Back to Group A indeed. It's going to be a bit of a light one today. I think today's probably the only one with 3 matchups. It's going to be 4 matchups, so we'll be eating good for those future days. But yeah, back to Group A we go. Assemble Fire versus Onside Gaming. The latter we obviously have heard a lot about. Has been in over the OQs from the beginning. Manages to squeeze themselves into Stage 1, and lo and behold, invited back for Stage 2.
Yeah, they made a deep enough run in the playoffs to give themselves another shot here at International Glory. But obviously, before they can get onto the international stage, they have to conquer their own region, conquer the tournament domestically, and they are looking to do just that. And in their way, on their debut for Stage 2 is Onside Gaming, the only Korean team to come out from the open qualifiers to join 2 other behemoths of Korean powerhouses in the names of Reject and Genji. But luckily, they're on the other group, so they can just chill on here for Group A as they go at it.
Yeah, that might be their saving grace, right? To say, hey, like, it might be quote unquote perhaps a little easier within Group A to make it into the top 4, but you still need to get there. I'd say Onside Gaming has a hidden ace up their sleeve. It comes in the name of Rebirth, and if that name sounds familiar, it's actually one of the ex-players of Crazy Raccoons who unfortunately did not continue with their contract. So Onside Gaming decided to pick up Rebirth, and we've seen what kind of crazy plays Rebirth can play on both Vanguards and Duelists. I'm not gonna be surprised if they make waves for Onside Gaming.
Yeah, there's a reason why they did make it out from the open qualifiers and here into Stage 2. Assemble Fire, they already did all that before Stage 1, so they know what it's like to be in this situation coming in from the open qualifiers. But now you could argue that Assemble Fire are the more favorites to take a win in this best of 3, considering that they did have that exposure to top level play in Stage 1.
Indeed. I mean, full Thai team for Thailand glory is their motto. And they've had a few changes in their rosters as well, just to beef things out. We still get the likes of 01, Mafia, Xenos as well, rocking all these fan favorites, but have a few new folks like Behemoth, Abani, as well as Kiss Me More. I think the sub will be coming in as part of the 6 stack today for the domination match. I looks like they have it kind of step in the right direction. They've kind of thought about, okay, what needs to be done to bring our team to greater heights, and assembling this like they're assembling fire, they'll be bringing the heat.
And they're going to do just that. And our first map has been decided by the random number generating gods. It's going to be Krakoa this time. We got Burn T'Challa 2 times, and now we head into the funky portals of Krakoa.
The funky portals of Krakoa, indeed. I mean, once again, looking at Assemble Fire, the ones that we've seen play in the past, it's going to be the likes of Mafia subbed out. So Mafia typically runs that solo Vanguard, but not going to be there. I'm looking at 01, wanted to make a name once again for themselves on a Duelist. We've seen them wreck on Iron Fist, on Spider-Man as well, so would be interesting to see what kind of picks and bans we move into here against Onside Gaming.
Yep, so far strategists have been the main focus throughout this entire day 1 so far.
Yeah.
And I believe that was the adjustment coming in for most of these teams after watching what happened in the mid-season finals. I know there are some teams prioritizing strategist bans, some teams prioritizing Vanguard bans. Here in the Asia region, there was a lot of focus, a lot of emphasis on those Vanguards, but now it's going to be all in on these strategists.
Yeah, I feel like the mid-season finals kind of tweaked a circuit in our heads and say, hey, we see the sustain that comes out from a lot of these. I think we even got a Jeff ban at some point in time, which is ridiculous. I mean, we got. Yeah, we got that before we got GTA 6. So like it's amazing that we saw a Jeff ban, but once again, it's a full stack of strategist bans towards the tail end. We're starting to see a bit more of a deviation from that with the lock-in of
that hover.
the torch. On Assemble Fire side, you know, once again wanting to bring the fire, and Onside Gaming hovering the Captain America.
Yep, Onside Gaming. They know how strong this Captain America is. We didn't see it at all in the last match against OEG and Rocky University, both teams banning it out every single time. And now Assemble Fire, what do they take away from the pool of Onside Gaming? Looking like a torch could be the Psylocke, and it will be the Psylocke. The Psylocke still being very strong, hasn't gotten nerfed
Pick
yet
your hero
because
or villain.
we're still
I'm not
on that
judging.
3.5 patch.
We are. I'm thinking, how much did Rebirth play the Psylocke in the past? It might have been a targeted ban against Rebirth actually when they were playing on Crazy Raccoons. But unfortunately, my memory kind of fails as we kind of see the hovers at the moment. 0-1 perhaps taking on this Groot. It's interesting once again, you know, it's four strategist bans against Assemble Fire, 3 for the side of Onside Gaming. I mean, it's all about the sustain right now. You know, nothing about, hey, I can... At this level, it's nothing about, hey, I can click hits faster than you. Because I feel like at this level, everybody can. It's all about the sustain and the healing sustainment.
Yeah, it's sustain, it's the tactic, it's the timing as well. And we also touched up on during the last match, resource management being another factor coming in, especially here on the professional stage. You're under the assumption that everyone can land their shots. So if everyone can land their shots, how else are you going to get the edge above your opponent? It's through everything else. All the other fundamentals, all the other mechanics within the game have to be perfected in order to get that edge, in order to get the upper hand. It might be small, but it could play a big factor.
Yeah, even like pushing out a Jeff bubble from the get-go, which is what Xenos did right off the tail end to maybe give themselves a bit of a speed boost onto this waterfall side. Kingdom just wanted to clear these corners, make sure they're not enveloped, but Onside Gaming to really kind of wrap them around like a burrito. Onto the side we go, leading the charge. Will be 0-1, trying to tank and take all this damage, leading the strategist up in the rafters as a defensive hold.
Ooh, nice little position coming in from Assemble Fire. I like the high ground with the Invisible Woman shield just to prevent any sort of dive. A great angle for the strategist to keep the team alive, and Assemble Fire looking to do just that as they take early control.
Indeed, Kiss Me More are running that Dark Child Deviant as well, taking that backline apart, which is important. You don't often see this pick, but we've seen it twice already in today's matchups.
Yeah, Portal coming in. Yeah, like you said, Kiss Me More on the magic. We already saw this in the first match against Crazy Raccoon versus Incipients. And Assemble Fire look to use the magic. We'll pilot this
A nice deep
melee hero that we weren't able to see a whole lot in stage 1, but now we're seeing a little bit of light in stage 2 as WDY finds an early pick onto Kingdom. It's gonna allow the rest of Assemble Fire. No, it's gonna be onside. Going to be taking over despite these Fate of Both Worlds being used by Bainey on Assemble Fire. Assemble Fire still keeping control, but how much longer will they have it as a dunk comes in onto Bainey as the Galactic Legend also going to clean things up, and onside will retake.
double KO.
Retake indeed. Bainey popped that Fate of Both Worlds at the last second just to be able to buy themselves a bit of time, knowing that, you know, it's unlikely it's gonna land in them holding on to the site for a bit longer, but it does force out the Galactic Legends, which is a huge tick for tat ultimate trade, so that's really important.
Very, very important onside. To close the gap as the Freedom Charge from onside will be initiated to keep everyone from Assemble Fire at bay as the Invisible Domain, Invisible Boundary going to be used as well, but Inya just being that disruptive force as Kingdom takes to the skies, stays up in the air, but that site still needs to be taken. as Onside still take control still, even with the Eternal Bond used by Dawn.
I mean, they're pressing the issue. They know they have map control with their Eternal Bond, and they just want to do something light, staggering here. Beanie right at that possible second. Can't get away with their life, and that just means additional points on this point. Percentage points climbing, matching, surpassing Assemble Fire. Now, they've got their Dark Child plus their Supernova Online, two powerful duelist ultimates that could kick things off. And if Dire, they also have a building Fate of Both Worlds to sustain their lives a little bit longer.
This is going to be a difficult pull for Onside. Fate of Both Worlds coming online right about now. Kingdom and Kiss Me More having their duelist ultimates available as well, like you said. 0-1 and Xenos also has theirs as well. WDY looking to go to Galactic Legends. Tuba threatens the Meteor. All eyes on this Magneto to see if he's able to get the dunk off, or does he save it? He's gonna go for it. Will he charge it up in time? Takes the shot. Doesn't quite land the mark. A great bubble coming in from Behemoth to keep that Luna Snow alive as Assemble Fire. The retake looks good for them, but overtime will begin.
The Inhuck still has the Freedom Charge. I wonder if you want to use it to just delay a little bit longer. Time's a ticking, but yeah, we'll convert, at least for the side of Assemble Fire, saving that Freedom Charge for another fight, hopefully in seconds soon, as they reassemble themselves. They've got the that invisible boundary online sooner than later, which is why Behemoth, they want to push out a little bit further than that. They want to make it more expensive, maybe even asking for the invisible boundary to be consumed earlier just to be able to get on site. That might be the biggest win for Assemble Fire, but on-site gaming know this tactic to want to reassemble. Look at both these duelists around this corner.
Go! That fight starts with the Assemble call out from Inhyuk, but Kiss before finds a pick onto Dawn. Behemoth will pop the Meteor M. Can he land the shot from downtown? A three-pointer for Behemoth onto WDY. As Assemble Fire look for the retake, look for the hold actually, as the overtime meter starts up yet again. A dunk coming in from AIM himself. Will find a double. And Onside Gaming clapped back just like that. This overtime meter needs to go down. Xenos will switch to Strange, and that's going to be all eyes on him. Can Assemble Fire retake, or does the overtime meter go down? It's going to be the latter going down first. Assemble Fire cannot retake, cannot hold in time, and Onside take round one.
It was a clean wipe at 99%, and just, you know, seconds pass, everyone on the side of Assemble Fire anxious for Xenos to switch on to the Strange and hopefully get a portal of desperation enough onto that side. Nay, milliseconds denied. And that point going to onside gaming, looking like they were never offside in the first place.
Wait,
The actual
Xenos switched
Magneto.
over to the Doctor Strange to try to get a desperation teleport down.
But you should know
If
madness
the moment you
doesn't
press the
work
button on the
cyclical
portal,
materials.
it goes on cooldown. That is something worth mentioning. So Assemble Fire are not going to have the portal available to them.
The battle starts in
And that
five,
At least
might,
for
4,
at least for the
three,
first half of the second round. So that may be
all you need to do is capture the mission.
a deciding factor here. But we have yet to see if
If
that is the case.
Indeed. Not much changes so far from the side of Assemble Fire. 0-1 does have still holding on to the group because that Strangling Prison is still online. It might make quick work and maybe, you know, be able to get some early picks on this side. Kingdom guys just running around.
Oh, the Strangling Prison!
Fine, Strangling Prison does find the mark, but holy, it's the Meteor M plus the Meteor M! Will find it onto Xenos, coupled with the aim from AIM as well. Now Dark Child is out and about. The demon from within trying to make a nuisance of themselves. Demon with the ultra jump, but the aim is so good.
Assemble Fire use so many ultimates here. They're dumping everything that they can to try to stay onto the site, try to take control. Assemble Fire, they really need to take control, but onside will take it for themselves instead.
Beautiful stuff at the moment. It's the tick for tat, and right now they're coming in hot. building that percentage, looking at the ultimate economy. Simple Final wants to drag it as much as possible, but Kingdom will start things off with their own Galactic Legends. The healing bubble is touched too much to sustain. Can't find the value, but Behemoth on his side will shut down the Phoenix. Now gaining more power within the second is the onside gaming. Tuba's trying to make a nuisance, but will get punished for it. And now Behemoth trying to hold down and knock out this Captain America who's just diving like nobody's business.
Oh my gosh, and he stays alive too. Inhyuk just goes in, just buys so much time, and only now does Assemble Fire take control of the site.
It's a hard-fought battle at the very least. Onside gaming making
God,
it
he's still
very
alive.
tough for them. Yeah, Inhyuk just able to sustain. I
No
can
way.
go all day, but now looking at Love's corner of the shield, it's a back and forth.
Yeah.
Holy, just picking up the health pack as well. Kingdom God has to avert eyes back to the main group of it. Now it's gonna be the strangling prison plus the dog child. Holy, not even the fate of both worlds to sustain.
How does Inhyuk get away with that? He can't keep getting away with this. As Assemble Fire, they do take control onside. Need to regroup for just a few more seconds. They will soon enough be able to take control. Inhyuk, I think, is still very, very displaced from the team. Actually, probably has gotten the health pack just now to try to keep himself afloat. But WDY will kick things off with the Galactic Legend. Cyanide Seduction will be used in response on Assemble Fire, so will the Fate of Both Worlds. Onside, they don't have any ultimates to work with besides Tuba on this Meteor M. And that's going to be a focus point for Tuba. All eyes are on him to see if he's able to land a Meteor aim. Getting his Phoenix dive ready very, very soon. And here we go. The Meteor going to be charged up. Kingdom is on the site. But it's Kiss Me More Kingdom getting taken away to the sidelines. As Tuba finds a double, making a triple. And onside clean up the rest.
I'm here thinking, hey, when's Tuba gonna unleash the Meteor M? I'm so anxious for them, but hey, patience is key. And when you look for the right moment, you get the 1vx dunk onto multiple members. Now WDY just being the early recon scout for the rest of Assemble Fire. They do once again, they're still building that ultimate, wanting to be a hassle in the back line.
Oh, Strangling Prison. Great timing from Inhyuk with the Freedom Charge to deny any sort of follow-up coming in from 0-1's Strangling Prison, and aim right in melee range takes it down, shreds down 0-1. And Assemble Fire get picked off as the rest of them will get staggered.
Now is the time. 0-1 is hopping back on that Doctor Strange. It might be a bit of a portal play. One side gaming, they feel it, they sense it. Tuba is waiting for the portal to unleash. It is going to be here, right now, as they make a last-ditch effort to contest this site.
They're surrounded right now. Assemble Fire are getting surrounded from all fronts right now. This is looking really, really bad. And as I say that, aim confirms my suspicions as he picks up a triple. And onside are looking so damn good right now as they take over map number 1.
Map number 1, well under their belt. I mean, it looked a little dicey here and there, but they were playing solid Marvel Rivals through and through. I mean, Chad kind of called out some of the names that they may have heard from other games as well, and that's obviously playing very heavily into Onside's gaming strategy.
What a play, what a map so far from Onside. Assemble Fire, props to them as well for putting up a really good fight, but in the end, it was just Onside with the response, with the clapback, just being too much for Assemble Fire to handle.
Indeed, I mean, look at these stats, right? It's Inhyuk, not a lot of, final hits or damage, but being an absolute nuisance in the background is,
oh my god,
is so good. Like, it's unrated to say how deserving Inhyuk is as the backline kind of disruptor. You just need to stay alive, and it's precisely what we saw as they danced around Kingdom like they were on a ballet court. And of course, where would we if we didn't call out Duba as well?
Yeah, Duba being the key deciding factor, getting key Meteor M value throughout all those fights. And I wanna go back to Inhyuk. That is a 0 on eliminated.
Oh wow.
That is a
wow.
0. How often do you see a 0 at the highest level of Marvel Rivals on Inhyuk, where I still genuinely don't know how he did not go down there?
You're right. I don't know how I missed that. That is ridiculous as well. And obviously, having been participating in 19 KOs as well, I mean, they're disrupting the back line, but they're still applying pressure to the front line, the back line, the mid. I mean, all levels as well. And at the moment, it does seem like, you know, Assemble Fire are struggling to garner a bit of a response, you know, a bit of a missed time in terms of Xenox flipping onto the Doctor Strange, couldn't get back on site for point number 1, and like you called it, those cooldowns are triggered, and they did do that last ditch effort right at the tail end, but it was, you know, like I said, a little bit too little too late.
What a map for onside. A commanding win over Assemble Fire, who, as a reminder, did get a direct invite here back into stage number 2 onside, coming in from the open qualifiers. And then I guess there is in a sense where onside might have the upper hand in terms of how much synergy, how much team coordination they have, especially when you come from the open qualifiers, where it's a very, very grueling, grindy process to get into stage 2. So with all those matches under their belt and Assemble Fire not having to do any of that, is this rust that we're seeing out of Assemble Fire, or is it just onside just absolutely locked in right now?
I think it might be a little bit of both, you know, like you have to remember that Assemble Fire, they've changed out a few players, you know, they've dropped out Chewbacca and Slow Soldier, folks that we've seen in stage 1, and brought in a bit of a new cast, likes of Kiss Me More, Beanie, Behemoth. These are 3 names that are new to the roster. That's half the team, so maybe a little bit more synergy is required. I'm also thinking about Kiss Me More pick, right? Just hovering over that magic, that Dark Child. It did a little bit of favor on map 1, able to chase around Inhyuk's Captain America, forcing them off angles. But I wasn't sure if that was sustained through and through, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's exactly what they do. Yeah, like you said, it very well could be a mix of both, where Assemble Fire, they're still getting used to the ropes, they're still trying to figure out the synergy. There's a chance that they're figuring out the synergy, but for now, they do need to go back to the drawing board, figure out what they want to do for map 2. They do have priority in terms of map selection and side selection, so we'll see what Assemble Fire opt to go for.
Indeed, it's either going to be a convoy or a convergence map. As per the rule set, you know, we've gone through domination, so it's going to be one or the other. And, you know, hopefully Assemble Fire will be able to clutch one more under their belt. And if we go to a third map, it'll be the final game mode for the picking for, you know, the losing team, which at that point would be onside gaming. But hey, the future is the future. All we can do as casters is predict. But hey, we'll just have to wait for the actual game to start. Server is about loading in 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Marvel Rivals action.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you
Welcome back, gamers and grass touchers, to what is potentially the last map for today's day one here in the Marvel Rivals Ignite Series Asia broadcast between Onsite Gaming versus Assemble Fire. Onsite Gaming putting up a very good show on that map number one.
Yeah, great showing coming in from map 1, like you said. Assemble Fire did also put up a really, really good fight. I believe both maps nearly going into overtime, as Assemble Fire, they did take some time, went back to the drawing board, and they will choose their second map and side for this best of 3 series.
Indeed, and it's Onsite Gaming's to lose out. You know, they've got the wind under their sails, they're fire in their eyes, ice in their veins. And Assemble Fire need to do exactly their namesake, assemble a little fire in them. I felt like, you know, there were some parts it was a little lackluster. They sometimes couldn't even get out the door with some of the movements and the ultimates being prepped for them. So you have to stay ahead of the game, thinking about, okay, ultimate wise, what does your opponent have? And lo and behold, we do have our maps right in front of us for number 2.
Yep, right below us, you see it right there, Yggdrasil being the choice yet again, a popular choice for many of these teams. And Onside will be on the defense. Assemble Fire do choose to attack first. And something worth mentioning, Onside, they're on the defensive side. And they also made a player substitution. They took out AIM. They're putting in SGB, which is a duelist going out and another Vanguard player going in. That makes it 3 Vanguard players on the side of Onside Gaming. And that is a big question mark. Do they run triple Vanguard? They just give it away for us off the get-go? Or is Onside cooking up something spicier?
Yeah, a little callback to what we saw in Crazy Raccoons and Spider Islands. I mean, triple Vanguard is not that uncommon nowadays. We've even seen triple Vanguards and triple Strats in Stage 1 a couple of times as well. And what I'm surprised was the sub out from AIM. I mean, AIM was doing so well actually during that first map. I'm looking at the stats at the moment. 15 total elims, 13 final hits. I mean, these are numbers to be extremely proud of, but this might be the big head, 5-hit chess move from the side of Onside Gaming. If for each map that they're envisioning plays, they do substitutes to play it to their advantage.
We'll see if our suspicions are going to come out on top, because right now we are assuming that Onside will run a triple Vanguard composition. And yeah, again, props to AIM, right? He was absolutely torching people on the Phoenix, and quite literally torching people with the ultimate as well, getting several multi-man knockouts with that ultimate. You don't see that very often here at the highest level, and he was able to get away with it twice in map number 1.
It's likely also going to throw a wrench into Assemble Fire's kind of picks and bans. Like, perhaps they were looking at that Phoenix to ban out. Okay, now AIM's out of the question. Now we have a new person, right? SGB coming into play. What do we deal with that? How do we deal with that? These are all questions that, you know, we're about to find out as once again we go the standard 3 for 3 here. Loki's, Mantis, and Luna's sweeping across the statements here for the first half of picks and bans.
Yeah, band for band, pick for pick, band for band, as both teams are looking very, very similar. Both sides taking away the Mantis, but then again, it looks like Assemble Fire will take Luna for themselves. Onside will respond with securing the Loki. We talked about this in past matches where Loki is just so much better in these convoy maps where you just have so much more surface area to work with.
Indeed. And Assemble Fires has gone ahead to ban Captain America. No surprise, right? Inhyuk has been an absolute thorn on their side for the entire domination match. So hey, have to get rid of that, have to work that out of the system, as well as possibly a Human Torch, which is a very common ban nowadays. You know, we cannot stop singing praises as to this fella's ability to shift and adapt to different types of compositional pressures. And so taking that off the board should be able to allow Assemble Fire to breathe just a little easier.
Might make that thorn. That thorn definitely was made out of vibranium. That I know Inhyuk in map number 1 did not go down a single time. So that thorn will finally be shut down, and Assemble Fire secure that thorn for themselves.
Okay. That would be very interesting, right? In the past, we might have seen another player rock the Captain America, but on this particular 6-stack for Assemble Fire, I'm curious to see who would be running the Captain America. You know, maybe Behemoth, maybe 0-1. I'll have to see as they kind of start locking things in. But on the flip side, Onside Gaming locking in the Loki as well as the C&D for themselves and batting out another Human Torch.
Yep, both sides taking away the Human Torch. Deny a little bit of that verticality that we haven't really seen here in Stage 2. That was a very common composition where you would run the Torch, you would run the Iron Man, you would also run the Ultron as well.
Yep.
To just take to the skies. We just call it that Flyers comp. But now it looks like not a whole lot of verticality in terms of composition coming in this time around.
You know what would be wild, Dan? Because, you know, in the tournament, Season 4 will come out next week for the Asia broadcast this
Ooh.
tournament. Angela's gonna be on board. Then we get 2 Flyers Cup. All these players are hiding their cards. They're sandbagging us, I swear.
That's definitely could be the
Battle
case.
starts in 5.
They are definitely holding back,
3.
waiting for Season 4 to drop next week. Keep in mind, as a reminder, we are still on 3.5. So everything that you saw in the patch notes have not taken effect just yet. As we do kick things off with onside on the defensive side. Assemble Fire on the offensive. And do we see a triple Vanguard on onside? Yes, we do. SGB on the mag, Tuba on the Emma Frost, Hidden Calc on the Groot. Have suspicions were indeed correct.
No duelist either. It's a triple strategist as well. The Lamb's coming out to maybe provide a little bit more support, a little bit more stopping power against Assemble Fire, who are trying to bring the heat.
Working.
Oh, Tuba doing everything together with Inhyuk on the Groot, just isolating fights after fight. Drop after drop, elimination after elimination. Behemoth doing their best on the Captain America to do some side flanks, but holy, it's gonna be just sending them back into spawn as quickly as they came out.
Yeah, SGB looking like he's all warmed up. He spent the entirety of map 1 just waiting in the wings, waiting for his time to shine. And he does just that with a great pick coming out.
I mean, who needs duelists? At this point in time, they're pressing the issue all the way to the door, all the way to the moment of invulnerability, even catching Kingdom out of place. This triple Vanguard, triple strategist composition is so much.
Oh my god, the wombo combo!
Huge wombo combo with the hand of Khonshu, but doesn't quite find them work with enough sustain from one side.
I am ready to put on a show.
Oh no, Tuba on another pick on the 0-1. That was a great strangling prison on the side of Assemble Fire, but then again, that's everything dumped into the kitchen sink. Ton on Xenos right in front of the barrier. And it's all, so far, 2 minutes down. It's looking like we've seen this movie before.
It's crazy the way that on-site gaming are able to just defend against multiple fronts, right? You see Assemble Fire try to kind of divide and conquer despite, you know, there being no duelists, but playing as the team on-site gaming are a solid rock and a half here against this fight.
Oh my gosh, and they are not stopping Tuba. Again, another pick onto 0-1. Freebird finding another one as well. The adaptation coming in from Assemble Fire, trying to get that Strangling Prison Hannah Khonshu wombo combo. They tried it before. They already tried it, but it was immediately denied by Onside.
I mean, it's already online once again. Kitsumore just hovering around that hand of Khonshu, wanting to see if the moon can come out, but once again, the isolation gonna be forcing out this Loki as well, coming in with the...
Gosh.
It's a soul bonded, trying to push the issue all the way back into the spawn. Like it's not stopping whatsoever. It's gonna be the
Good
freedom
chance.
choice now coming out. The whole thing's back on.
Oh, there it is.
Make the point. I think it absolutely is. The moon does indeed haunt them.
Yeah, the moon haunts
No worries.
Onside Gaming. Second time is the charm. And it looks like Assemble Fire finally, after 3 whole minutes, will start moving that point.
I'm opening a portal.
Down to
Waiting
30
for the
seconds.
portal. They have the chance to play it. They have the chance to even push it into an overtime. Look how far this card has made it. They want to induce a stall immediately onto this card.
Yeah, putting the portal right in front of the point like that does indeed stop the point from moving any further. But now Kingdom coming in with the Omega Hurricane. Is it well timed? The answer is yes, as Rebirth will go down before the Eternal Bond even takes fruition, as Kingdom is trying to do his best to find the hurt, find the damage, find any sort of advantage. But Onside looks to hold again, but the Strangling Prison on Assemble Fire is just absolutely perfect.
Third time is indeed the charm. The second one was pretty good, but that one did a clean 4 KO against Onside Gaming. They have to sit on this side. I wonder if Onside Gaming income on the Venom, maybe wanting to touch, but doesn't look like it. So this first point and first leg will be granted. No, in the last possible second, to the low-key clone onto the side. We were immediately dealt with. Now the walls are coming out as the rest of Onside Gaming pour onto this card.
Onside doing what they can. They don't want this first point going into their side. The Eye of Nakamoto is going to get stunned off Beatty and he will get taken down in response. And Onside slowly but surely creeping their way in. Rebirth on the Jeff, trying to get to the team as soon as possible, but Kiss Me More has other plans as well, using the portal to just keep the team together, keep the team going, keep this train from stopping. And it looks like Assemble Fire will do just that. They torch Onside and they will take the first point.
Labored as it is. I mean, Onside Gaming really tried their best to deny that final moment. The beautiful Loki clone onto the cart and the rest of them pouring in like the members that they are. But hey, it's just a bit too much to handle as now we move into the second leg. Inhyuk already with this Feast of the Abyss, wanting to eat good tonight amongst the players of Assemble Fire.
It's a matter of timing it perfectly. If Onside is able to find some sort of AoE burst damage down, the Feast will go so crazy. But Kingdom will go crazy first before Onside even have a chance to prepare. And Onslaught is immediately shut down. Inhyuk goes down. And Assemble Fire will keep this ship going. Full sails down, 20 knots ahead.
Yeah, and you know, back to the meteor, the Magneto, which is the strat, which is the composition they basically work with. That is now the moon does punch you once again. It's gonna be the high corner coming in strong. The ultimate as well. I have on the
Whoa! Ultimate is stunned. Coming in on Assemble Fire, and they're gonna get wiped out. 2 members going down already. And they are going to get staggered even more.
Only 60
Great
seconds
response right now from Onside Gaming. Looks like a movie that we've seen so often being stalled in leg 2. Assemble Fire, you know, they set Behemoth on a bit of a flank around this corner. But look at the amount of strategists that Onside have, right? The Loki clones able to do so much long range work. It has to be handled by Behemoth in his backside. Don's ready for it too.
On WDY going on to the Star Wars. Here comes the silent seduction right on to the choke point. It's a runway of eliminations, a feed of blue for Onside as they're able to just wipe clean of what is left of Assemble Fire. There is a member of Assemble Fire just out there on the flank position. Oh, there he is. He's gonna appear, but okay, goodbye.
Yeah, trying to stop this. Trying to stop this teleport. Doesn't able to kind of work it out. I think that's SGB actually. The offensive or defensive teleport portals coming out just to deny and confuse the likes of the attackers at the final moments. Was the final nail in the coffin. Middle of the second leg is all they got.
Yeah, you saw that before, 1.5. We saw that in the last match, and this match, no different. And now, Assemble Fire looking to go for the defensive side. I believe it is on the defensive side for Assemble Fire this time around. I think there's a visual error. Yeah, there we go. Okay, now it's correct. Onside, now on the offensive. Assemble Fire on the defense. And what does Assemble Fire cook up? It looks like it's going to be a 3-0-3 formation for Assemble Fire, doing what Onside did off the rip as well.
Actually, the Iron Man's in play.
Oh!
So Kiss Me More. That'll be
as soon as I say that.
A good one, actually, to be able to just dance around a lot of these high ground pillars and apply pressure. That's a common strat and composition that we've actually seen in the past, right? Where people take to the skies with an Ultron, but with Ultron banned out, you'll have to resort to other things like Dawn into the Storm, Kiss Me More on the Iron Man to make it work.
Here we go. How fast can Onside make it to a point? I guess point and 3/4. I guess, as just getting early control. Duba having some fun on the blade. Fires a few left clicks and may switch away. Doesn't seem like he's done it just yet. No, he's just going back to the heal. It looks like they will commit to the blade. Blade making his competitive debut here in stage 2 of Ignite. Great to see.
I love it.
We'll see how much value they get out of this as they already clear the hill.
They do indeed. So much pressure being made from Inhyuk as the main front of the on-site gaming, while the rest of the team members here, Duba as well as the EDY taking space. It's gonna be Kingdom already tick for tat trade, but twofer for Inhyuk. Just pressing the issue. Dawn on the backline as the aggressive CMD. Cloak and Dagger, beautiful with it. Trying to stall out is gonna be this final nuisance, but Kingdom can only do so much.
How did Dawn get the Eternal Bond so fast? That was crazy. Before anyone even used their ultimates, it was just Dawn, the sole member with an ultimate available, and it was just able to just keep that momentum in onside favor as now the rest of the players have their ultimate. And Kiss Me More is one of them. We'll find value with 2.
I am ready to put on a show.
Now forcing out the fate of both wolves just outside the ring. Wolf Fall Kingdom, unfortunately, now the strangling prison. It's all collapsed. Beautifully done onto Inhyuk as well as Duba. These two names are painful, at least for the side of Assemble Fire, is able to hold back the offense just a little bit longer and stagger up this first leg.
Yeah, great response coming in from Assemble Fire with the double elimination with the Iron Man ultimate, then followed up with the Strangling Prison from 0-1. And Duba also got the ultimate down, provided the anti-heal to try to get some members of Assemble Fire down, but in the end it just wasn't enough, and Duba will switch back to the Emma Frost. As the Karmic Revival, did it go off? I think it did, I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, I don't think it did. Yeah, WDY now can just go absolutely crazy with the Galactic Legend. Kingdom was so close to keeping this fight going, but in the end, it is all onside. They are going to get first point, and they are one step closer to making this a 2-0 series.
The mischief of a good Loki rebirth. Invisible doesn't... no, Kingdom had no clue that the God of Mischief was just down the corner and popped the Karmic Revival at an inopportune time, just denied that resurrection. Now, pressing issue is onside gaming. Don's already got that Eternal Bond, and once again, wanting to take Holy Spirit off at the back line, pressing these strategists out of action with some solid work play.
That might be enough. I'm not sure if Assemble Fire have a Desperation Teleport available. Behemoth still has it available, but it looks like they're able to touch. Maybe they are able to, but how long are they going to hold? It's not going to be for long. Onside, take the map, take the series over Assemble Fire.
Onside gaming, just playing good old gaming, good old Marvel Rivals. The coordination is spectacular. The comms are immaculate. And honestly, like running that triple Vanguard, triple strategist composition is so powerful. We've seen other games run it. It comes to haunt us here in Marvel Rivals Ignite again.
Yeah, the triple Vanguard, triple strategist. We've seen it in other matches. We see it in this match. And it just worked out so well. It took Assemble Fire so long. It wasted so much time. It got to a point where Assemble Fire had to go all the way down into their playbook and whip out the Strangling Prison Handa Kanshu wombo combo that we see time and time again. You probably see it in your own matches, and it's pretty strong in there. And if it gets to that point, it's just like, this needs to work or else it's just over. But thankfully, Assemble Fire did provide a bit of resistance there. Gets to the point, gets to 3/4 of the point, but onside, we're just able to match that.
Yeah, tick for tat. And I gotta talk about the last minute denial of Kingdom's Karmic Revival, right? It's Rebirth, having the wisdom of it all, right? Being from an award-winning team like Crazy Raccoons in the past, was able to just kind of think about, okay, whose ultimate is starting to cycle online right now, who will be hiding around the corner. It's gonna be none other than Adam Warlock, and the God of Mischief does exactly that. Be Mischievous comes out from the shadows and does a nice little backstab onto our Adam Warlock.
Yeah, great awareness from the side. Honestly, from onside as a whole, there was a lot of members just trying their best to shut down Kingdom's ultimate, and they were able to do so just barely. I wasn't entirely sure if the Karmic Revival went off or not, because the entire sphere of revival thingy almost went off, but in the end, just barely onside were able to comfortably take over in this second map.
Yeah, as we take a look at these highlights, do cast your memories back to, the first half of the map where, honestly, what a solid hold in this front portion right before the corner as well. It's just onside gaming, playing around with the walls from Groot, and some great counters against the opponents. Captain America trying to divide and split the team, but they held firm together. They played ping pong with the strategists, healing each other when necessary, and good use of utility just meant that they were able to bleed out so much time against the likes of Assemble Fire.
Yeah, and there were moments of brilliance on the side of Assemble Fire. There were some good ultimate values coming out from them, but unfortunately, it was just not. They were just not able to translate it into a win. And onside, they're feeling good, coming in, guns blazing in this first match for a quick and easy 1-0 in the group stage.
Indeed. I mean, you've got to feel pretty good if you're onside gaming. Namesake itself, the name of the team itself is new to the Marvel Rivals Ignite Asia scene for stage 2. But the names themselves, some players, some people in chat definitely recognize them as long-staying kind of shooters. And therefore, it's a huge sigh of relief, likely, that they have cemented themselves already with 1 point in Group A against none other than Assemble Fire as well, who have been, so solid thus far in stage 1, but unfortunately could not put up the numbers here.
Yeah, but still, Assemble Fire, they do look really strong. Don't get me wrong, they were able to stay a toe-to-toe with onside, but there is still work to do. But then again, there was a lot of time. This is only day 1, and we have a lot more matches coming up ahead.
Yeah, indeed. And I think it's good for the coaches to take their time to kind of look back and think about how better they could have worked around their magic. Yeah, I'm looking at onside gaming. I mean, none of the stats necessarily screamed at me to say, hey, there was a very big hero player amongst the 6 stack. They were all kind of equally doing their part, be it, Vanguard, Duelist, or Strategist. And I think that is the beauty of a well-oiled machine. It is signs that, they've been through the ditches and come out as a humming train, humming along. Everybody knows their parts. They know exactly where to look at and who to focus. And their comms must be immaculate in whatever voice channel they're in.
Yeah, that is great to see, honestly. Like, we do love a good star player performance here and there, but the scariest statistic is when everyone's numbers are very, very similar to each other. That just means that there's 6-star players all doing star player things. So that is probably the scariest thing when going up against some of these teams, and onside may very well be one of them.
Yeah, I mean, if this wasn't it, I don't know what other signs there would be. This is definitely a sign of a star-studded team. And Assemble Fire, I mean, they have a bit of work to do over the next few days to try and get these points back up, to remain themselves, in the top 4 of Group A. It's not over just yet until it's definitely over, and this ain't it so far. So, kudos, consolation prizes for Assemble Fire, and we'll take that L with a nice clean 2-0. But hey, good job for onside gaming. Whatever prep you've done so far in the past, as well as the sub out from AIM onto SGB. Holy, that Doctor Strange doing great work as a Vanguard main here for Onsite
This is
Gaming.
before the Doctor Strange buff. We're still on 3.5. The buff still hasn't kicked in for the Doctor Strange just yet. So already doing this much damage, it might be a lot more when we move into next week. But for now, we're still on 3.5.
Yeah. And I think in terms of like, okay, how do we counter a triple Vanguard, triple strategist composition? I mean, it's so hard. I thought that Assemble Fire had an inkling to think about it, you know, like coming out with that the combo wombo between the Hand of Khonshu plus the Strangling Prison is one of them. They also tried to run a bit of a dive comp to harass the back line, which honestly could have been a great opportunity. Granted that Assemble Fire was so close to their spawn, it didn't really matter if their front line perished as early in the team fights, as long as the back line was able to harass the opponent's back line enough. I think there was value in thinking about doing that because of the way a triple strategist, triple Vanguard is set up, right? Not a lot of aggression. Yeah, you might say a Groot is probably the most FPS of them all, but hey, ultimately they're all Vanguards and they're all strategists, and you gotta squeeze that advantage for yourself.
Yeah, and I guess in that kind of scenario, good Blade would have been good, especially with that anti-heal with the ultimate. So
yeah,
there may be more ways to work around these strategist Vanguard compositions that we have been seeing starting to leak into these convoy convergence maps. And yeah, maybe we see more Blade action. And
indeed,
yeah, Tuba showed the potential that this Blade could have, but unfortunately was forced to sub out, you know.
yeah, it was a short-lived debut for Blade. I mean, that 1000-fold slash might be very interesting to see. We didn't unfortunately get to build enough ultimate percentage points towards seeing that pop off, but I mean, you're right, you know, with a grouped up kind of composition like a triple strat, triple Vanguard 6-stack, that might be the key here. There's a lot to have to do with, but execution is obviously the final hurdle, you know. Assemble Fire did try the combo wombo with the Hand of Khonshu plus the Strangling Prison. It took them the third try to really nail down a multi-kill effort, a multi-wipeout effort from that perspective. The first one was a total flunk because of the lamps and the stain coming from the strategist. So once again, we have all these ideas. Casters can talk so much. Ultimately, it still comes down to the execution.
Yep, execution, timing is key. Just knowing when certain abilities could be online, could not be online. And it's just that sense. That's really where it all comes down to. Like you said, the game sense, where you have an idea of maybe this ultimate could be online on the opposing side. Maybe the time is now. Maybe we should just try to go for it. Or maybe you know that they have it and you know they're going to use it, and you have ways to respond to it. So there's a little bit of that back and forth, the push and pull, tug of war kind of thing, where it's just kind of mind games in a way.
Yeah.
Where you know it's coming. Do you combat it head on, or do you just let them do their thing and then wait for your turn?
I mean, I think that's precisely the point. On a domination match, I think there was one time where effectively one team gave up the site, the point completely for free, because they knew that if they just waited a little bit, they will have the ultimates. I think it was the Eternal Bond that would be the start of the retake onto the site. And so that team effort is obviously, like you call it, very important to say the least. And from this perspective, Onsite Gaming, you know, able to clutch up. Once again, I'm looking at the stats for Assemble Fire. Got some hero plays trying to come out. Kiss Me More, 26, you know, knockouts, 10 final hits to their name. Really trying to carry the rest of their team on their back as one of the new players here for Assemble Fire. But unfortunately, there's only so much you can do when it's you know, a 6-stack on both sides, and it is a team effort.
Yeah, team effort indeed. Kiss Me More. did get some good Iron Man ultimates off, especially a double elimination through that portal. That was a pretty cool play. We've seen it before in other matches, but here, still just as cool. And soon enough, I think we are heading towards the wrap-up here for day one. A lot of good matches. Unfortunately, we could have hoped for a map 3, but you know, this is also Marvel Rivals. It took us a while here in the Asia region to get to a third map. Last time, called back to stage 1.
Yeah, just like stage 1. I think it took us into a few days into the group stages for stage 1 for us to get to the third map. It might be, you know, these teams taking a little time to warm up, trying to figure out how best to play against top level teams such as the ones here in stage 2. You know, scrims can only do so much because the quality of the scrims doesn't necessarily always reflect the quality of the games here in the Ignite series. But hopefully by tomorrow we'll get ourselves a bit of a best of 3 going the full distance map 3 action. And also we're bound to see it eventually because as time goes by, you know, once we get into our top 8 and whittling down through the group stages, it's just going to get harder and harder. The enemies are going to get tougher and tougher, and you just have to dig deeper into your strat book to find some interesting and unique ways to play.
And keep in mind, this is still patch of season 3.5.
Yeah.
4.0 will shake things up, and like you said, that playbook needs to start getting deeper as you think ahead to future matches that will be on that different patch.
Yeah, indeed. You know, for the rest of us folks, us regular players, non-professionals, we will be getting Season 4 on the 12th of September together with the new hero Angela, new Asgardian frontliner, that is Angela, plus that new skin that we will be showing later on at the end of the stream. But you know, it will be very exciting for us to try that all out. Unfortunately, for the tournament's integrity, we'll only be getting that a little bit next week. But you're right, a change up in that meta mid kind of group stage is kind of wild. You know, we got some nerfs, some boosts as well for some of the heroes, some new team ups and some teams gone in season 4, and that'll be very interesting. What a shakeup for next week.
Yeah, it kind of feels like, you know, like in the Hunger Games, right? You got these teams in the arena, and then you just have these little organizers just doing a little bit of a, we're gonna make this a little stronger, we're gonna make that a little weaker, we're just gonna, you know, just change the entire arena, just turn it on its head, and then just have fun, good luck, have fun adapting, and then they're gonna try to do their best to adapt and just go from there.
Now the real question is, how fast do you think we will see Angela, the new Vanguard, being run next week? Because there's not a lot of time for these players to prep for. It might be interesting to see them doing an insta ban onto Angela, because like it's a Vanguard that they don't want to have to deal with. They don't want to have to study strats to try and counter it and try and find its weak spots and try and build a composition or to counter. I mean, that might be an interesting possibility, or teams that just don't care. They're just gonna embrace the chaos. They're gonna take on Angela on their mantle and run with it. I think we could go either way.
Yeah, there's also that would be a cool consideration to go for, but I feel like the safer play is just having it not available. I feel like that might be the direction that the tournament will go, where Angela will not be available for play throughout the entirety of stage 2, and maybe they will have to hold off until the grand final, which will happen at the end of stage 2. But for now, we did gain some intel from the higher-ups that Rebirth will be joining us for an interview from Onside Gaming, but we will have yet to see when that interview will start. For now, we are just patiently waiting for Rebirth to join us, as we do have a bit of questions that we are
That's wild. Rebirth themselves joining us here on the caster desk for a bit of peeling back the curtain, seeing how these pro players tick. I'd like to remind everyone that Rebirth was a player from Crazy Raccoons from Stage 1, now supporting On-Site Gaming as not a Vanguard or Duelist, as they have normally been seen playing for Crazy Raccoons, but rather rocking that strategist, right? We've already seen them for the past 2 maps pull up with Luna Snow, as well as as a Loki. Yeah, that Loki at that final portion to deny Kingdom's Karmic Revival. I mean, that is experience talking, and I'm so excited to be able to, do an interview with Rebirth. So hey chat, if there are any questions you want us to ask, please put it into chat. We'll see if we can get to you as well.
Yeah, and that experience from Rebirth, right? Just bringing that experience into a team that came through the open qualifiers is essentially Rebirth just starting over from scratch, right? Just joining a team that want to look for an Ignite berth, and just providing that experience is just something great to see, as it helps not only Rebirth as sort of like a team leader, but also the morale that, with this experience under our belt, we can make it to stage 2. And we are getting confirmation that Rebirth will be joining us very, very soon.
I think might be pulling Rebirth in just about now, I think. But it's interesting you say that, because I think we have Rebirth on the call with us, just to make sure that you're there. Why don't you introduce yourself?
Yeah, I can speak.
Hi, yes, Rebirth. Welcome to the stream, and we do hear you loud and clear. How are you feeling after that 2-0 sweep against Assemble Fire?
Sorry. Just very good. Very good.
That is great to hear, and you also have experience playing on Crazy Raccoon back in stage 1. How have you been helping the team in terms of getting ready for these high-level matches?
Sorry, can you one more? Yeah.
So, all good, no worries. How have you been helping your team to get ready for these matches?
Maybe 1 week or 1 week maybe.
1 week. That's not a lot of prep time, but it looks like you really have done a great job in assembling On-Site Gaming. Looking at your group, Rebirth, how confident are you of getting into playoffs?
Sorry, I can't understand.
Sorry. I'll say again, right? Group A, right? 6 teams. Playoffs. Do you feel?
Yeah.
You feel excited?
Yeah.
You feel like you can?
Yeah.
There it is. There's the confidence we need. We love that.
And I think we'll... Yeah, Dan, I think we'll end here with giving Rebirth a chance. You want to thank anyone right now that you are here on stream?
Group A, our group team, another team.
Yep, Group A, indeed. You are definitely feeling confident here, moving into the playoffs.
Maybe so XOXO.
Oh, okay.
I like it. Okay. So it sounds like, there's confirmation that at least Rebirth are excited to go against XOXO here within this Group A. I'm excited to see that matchup. That's going to be coming pretty late down at the end of this week on Sunday at least. So once again, thank you so much, Rebirth, and congratulations on your win against Assemble Fire. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, that was some insight coming in from Rebirth. Obviously, there was a little bit of a language barrier, but we did our best to get an inside look at what Onside Gaming have been doing to get that 2-0 victory. And they will be sitting comfortably with a 1-0 win in the group stage.
Indeed. I mean, that puts us right up with Crazy Raccoons, which is, amazing start to say the least here in Group A. To come in, just guns a-blazing, ice in your veins to shut down Assemble Fire, leave them, not the biggest of point difference, but at least one is better than nothing. At least here on day one. This will be the shortest stream we have today because it's going to be jam-packed for the rest of the week.
Yeah, from here on out, we've got 4 best of 3s now every single day that we are on the broadcast. As for week 1, we will be here every day until Sunday. So you've got a lot of Marvel Rivals action to look forward to. And I guess we could take a quick little glance at the matches ahead for tomorrow's matches. Kicking things off, it will be Reject versus Zero Tenacity. Zero Tenacity did pick up a team that previously was called Yoyangwon, a Korean roster that did make it in thanks to, which I believe was the Marvel Rivals Championship of Season 2.
Yep. And yep, that will be against Rejects. The winners, no big deal. The winners of Stage 1, having fought their fight as well in the mid-season finals before unfortunately relegated down in the lower brackets. They've got a few roster changes as well that we'll go through. XOXO versus Revanti will be up next tomorrow. And of course, everyone is looking at Genji versus Down Payment. I'm very excited for that. There's more to come in terms of our analysis breakdown, but let's just not put Down Payment out into a corner just yet because they are a star-studded, pretty packed roster that I'd say might give Genji a bit of run for their money.
Yeah, I saw the abbreviations and I thought it was dopamine. Shout out to Dopamine back in Stage 1. Anyway, Down Payment, yes, they are a very international team. They have a lot of players from many different sides of life, and they have joined together and have made it into Stage 2 thanks to the open qualifiers, and they will, off the rip, go up against one of the titans here in the Asia region.
Yeah, and to end off tomorrow night will be Crazy Raccoons versus Assemble Fire. A bit of a comeback story here, possibly for Assemble Fire to cement their first point in Group A, but I'll have to be against the likes of Crazy Raccoons, who, like we saw earlier during this first series, has done a phenomenal job in shutting down advancements, flanks, and everything that you can throw at them with some incredible ultimate usage and ultimate management.
Yeah, resource management, the name of the game, at least in this high level of play. Like we said, everyone can land their shots, but if you can nail the micros, maybe the macros, you will have that competitive edge. That's going to be what we have to look out for, right? Because everyone just playing at the highest level, and now it's just going to be who can do it better. That's all it boils down to.
Indeed. And I'm going to answer a question that some of folks might be thinking about as well. How about Resource Rumble? This new game mode that came out about a month ago, within the last month, I'd say, is quite interesting. And unfortunately, if you haven't heard it from anywhere else, I'll break the news. It's not going to be part of the Stage 2 kind of map pool at the moment. It's been a very fun element to kind of play in the background, but hopefully we'll get it sooner than later as we cut to the graphics here to wrap up the day. Me and Dan have been rambling enough, but hey, We ramble because it's been such a crazy clean sweeps from all these teams here. Crazy Raccoons, OEG Esports, as well as Onsite Gaming, taking the lead here in their respective groups in a nice 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, a lot of O's in these winning teams. You got two O's in Crazy Raccoon. You got OEG. You got ONG. We're seeing a little bit of a pattern here. I don't know, but yeah, like you said, great day one here in stage 2 to kick things off. 2 zeros across the board. We would have hoped for a map number 3, but you know, what can you do? We can't really control that. It's all up to the teams in terms of how even they are, as we do take a glance at the current standings as well.
Yep, 1-1 for obviously the winners here. Puts them a bit apart. And also a reminder that the only other teams that have played are Incipient plus Assemble Fire, sitting at the bottom of that scoreboard. So the middle teams, as well as UWIX plus XOXO, haven't played yet, and they will likely take their games will be played in the future as well. So it's gonna be interesting as these teams start to diverge. You know, I feel like the most crucial parts of the group stages are the beginning and the end, as you try and cement yourself a bit of a lead to give yourself momentum. And of course, at the end, as those final sprints come into fruition, you try to get more points and possibly push yourself over the edge and make it into playoffs.
Yeah, now we jump over the bridge into Group B, where OEG will take the lead. Obviously, Team Rocket University did not come out with a win, so for now, OEG is the sole team in Group B with a win. But obviously, that will change as the days go on. This is still day 1. Not many of these teams in Group B have played. There was only one Group B match, so makes sense why OEG are the only ones with a win.
Yeah, but it was an important win, right? Because like Group B is so stacked. You got Genji and Rejects on you. You gotta get those points under your belt. So a huge sigh of relief for OEG, and this will be the match schedule that we have tomorrow. It's kind of like what we talked about just not too long ago. 4 pretty stacked matches. Some old names coming back into frame. The likes of XOXO, Rejects, Genji, as well as some new folks on the right side as well. Got the likes of Zero Tenacity, UWIX, as well as Down Payment making their debuts as a team, but possibly not as players. So more to come. If you're interested in those stories, be sure to leave a follow on whichever platform you might be watching this on, and join us back here for Marvel Rivals Asia, because that's where the heat is, yo.
Yeah, and we are the ones to set the tone for what's to come throughout this entire tournament, where so many regions are going to be going at it in their respective regions, and then soon enough culminate to one of the biggest Marvel Rivals tournaments that we may see, thanks to the grand finals in the near future.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited, right, to see what's going to be happening for the grand finals. Not a lot of information has been publicly known yet. I think if you're the game devs and you're the folks, you want to keep this close to your cards, but you know what's not close to cards close to yourself? It's going to be this season 4.0 roadmap, right? Just outlining what more is coming our way as players. Obviously, you've got Angela just round the corner as the new flying vanguard, making a full flying squad ever so closer to becoming reality.
The meme dream of a full flying team. We are so close. Now we've got a flying vanguard. We just need a few more. We just need like 2, 3 more, I think, or to be a full composition of just flying around, just never touching the ground.
Yeah.
But in the end, yeah.
And with that season 4 as well, you know, there'll be more arcade modes coming out, a new map in the mix, and skins galore. And speaking of skins, with the release of Angela, Sklut 2099, the roboticness herself is going to be making the grand entrance with that new hero drop, and this will be amazing to work out. Rest assured, with her on our side, these lawless scums will soon face judgment.
Yeah, honestly, very great costume coming out, but also coming out is more Twitch drops for you guys. We got more special rewards, we got sprays, we got nameplates, we got emotes, and if you watch Marvel Rivals streams long enough, you can get yourself that snazzy looking Blade costume right there. In my opinion, one of the better looking Twitch costumes here. They all look good, but this right here, this is one of the best I think I've ever seen.
Pretty fire. And it will start basically in 23 hours from now, and will last about a month. So it doesn't have to be here at twitch.tv/Marvel Rivals or Marvel Rivals Asia. It can be any of your favorite Marvel Rivals content creator, as long as the category says Marvel Rivals. And of course, you need to have your Marvel Rivals account linked up to your Twitch as well to be able to claim these rewards for yourself. But yeah, that will be, exactly why you should stay tuned and follow along the action, because you get, free loot and free entertainment here. What more do you want?
You got a whole month to work with too, so you have a lot of time, to be honest. So yeah, we've got so much more action. That was only day 1, and we already got some crazy moments. So with
Indeed.
that, I think that'll be it for us for tonight. I am that one, Dan. Next to me is Multitudes, and we will come back tomorrow to give you more of that Stage 2 action. So we will see you guys tomorrow.